Have you ever wondered what really happened in the past? Beyond the pages of textbooks lies a world of fascinating tales, extraordinary figures, and incredible events. Join me as we explore them on Exploring History in Sleep. Imagine, in a setting where power and brutality reign, where fortified castles conceal gruesome secrets, and dark alleys are home to lost souls. It is an era of flamboyant but utterly fake knights, of wealthy but internally corrupt nobles, and of impoverished people struggling to survive under the heel of oppression. In this world rife with injustice, there is a class of people whose existence is a stain, a silent fear of society: assassins. But forget the glamorous images that stories weave. There are no mysterious black outfits, no superhuman fighting skills passed down through generations. Instead, imagine people driven to the brink, those whose lives have been stripped of all hope. They may be dispossessed farmers, betrayed veterans, or even petty thieves with a bit of luck and recklessness. They did not choose this path. This path chose them as a grim escape from the abyss of despair. And among these wretched souls, there is one whose story will haunt us. Let's call him Cale. Cale is not a noble name, nor does it carry any prestigious lineage. He was born in a small village, where life passed slowly and harshly like the cold winters. His childhood consisted of days of hard manual labor, long nights of hunger, and meager dreams of a better life. But fate, like a ruthless hunter, laid a trap for him. Chapter 1. Grim Beginnings introduces the dark setting of the medieval era, where power and injustice reign. The main character, Cale, a commoner driven to the path of an assassin after a family tragedy. The mysterious encounter with Nightshade and the sinister offer. In the annals of time, amidst the grand tapestry of kings and kingdoms, lie threads of darkness, woven into the very fabric of history. These are tales whispered in hushed tones, stories of shadows and secrets that cling to the edges of the light. We often find ourselves captivated by the valor of knights and the grace of royalty, yet the true pulse of an era beats in the lives of the forgotten, the common souls caught in the relentless currents of power and injustice. Today, we delve into such a narrative, a chronicle not of triumphant heroes or benevolent rulers, but of a man forged in the crucible of loss, thrust into a world where survival demands the embrace of darkness. This is the story of Cale, and his descent into a realm where a rusty blade becomes a symbol of both desperation and a twisted form of agency, and where promises, as sweet as they may sound, often mask the bitterest of betrayals. Picture, if you will, a medieval landscape, raw and untamed. Towering stone fortresses, monuments to feudal might, pierce the often gray skies. Within their formidable walls, a world of stark contrasts unfolds. Lavish banquets and silken gowns exist alongside cold, strategic alliances and clandestine plots. The air is thick with the scent of beeswax candles and the murmur of courtly intrigue, a veneer of civility barely concealing the brutal realities of power. But beyond the castle gates lies another realm, a patchwork of humble villages and unforgiving wilderness. Here, life is a daily struggle against the elements, against disease, and against the whims of those who rule. Peasants toil in fields that yield just enough to stave off starvation, their lives a monotonous cycle of labor and hardship. Justice is a distant concept, often swayed by influence and coin, leaving the common folk vulnerable to exploitation and cruelty. In this world, where the chasm between the powerful and the powerless yawns wide, there exists a shadowy profession, a clandestine trade born of necessity and desperation, that of the assassin. These are not the romanticized figures of legend, cloaked in mystery and wielding exotic skills. Instead, they are often the broken remnants of society, individuals pushed to their limits, their moral compasses warped by loss and hardship. They become instruments of death, hired by those who prefer the blade in the dark to the open clash of swords. Our story centers on one such individual, Cale. He was no lordling, no knight-errant seeking glory. He was a man of the soil, his hands calloused from honest labor, his life unremarkable until fate, in its cruelest form, intervened. Cale's origins were in a small, isolated village nestled in a valley where the rhythm of life was dictated by the turning of the seasons. The community was close-knit, their existence simple but rooted in tradition and mutual support. Cale's father was a woodcutter, a man of quiet strength who earned his living from the surrounding forests. His mother tended a small garden and cared for their modest home. Life was not easy, but it was theirs. Cale grew up amidst the scent of pine and damp earth, learning the ways of the forest from his father. He was a sturdy lad, his youth spent climbing trees and fishing in the clear stream that ran through the valley. He had a younger sister, Ilara, whose laughter was like the chime of tiny bells, and whose presence filled their humble dwelling with warmth. Cale cherished her, his protector and confidant in their small world. But the tranquility of their existence was fragile, vulnerable to the harsh realities of the medieval world. One season, the rains failed to come. The crops withered in the fields, and a pall of anxiety settled over the village. The meager stores dwindled, and hunger became a constant companion. It was during this time of hardship that tragedy struck. A fever swept through the valley, swift and merciless. It claimed the weak first, the very young and the very old. Cale's mother succumbed quickly, her gentle spirit extinguished like a guttering candle. Ilara, frail and small, fought bravely, but the sickness was relentless. Cale watched helplessly as the light faded from her eyes, a loss that tore a hole in his young heart. His father, already weakened by the scarcity of food and the grief of losing his wife, followed soon after, his will to live extinguished with his family. In the span of a few short weeks, Cale was alone. The home that once echoed with laughter and love now stood silent and empty, a stark monument to his loss. He buried his family with his own hands, the raw earth a cold reminder of the finality of death. The world he had known, the simple, loving world of his childhood, had been brutally ripped away. With nothing left to bind him to the village, Cale wandered. He carried with him the few possessions that remained, a worn wooden carving his sister had made, his father's axe, heavy and familiar in his grasp, and the crushing weight of his grief. He drifted from one settlement to another, seeking work, seeking oblivion, but finding only the harsh realities of a world indifferent to his suffering. He toiled as a farmhand, his once nimble fingers growing rough and calloused. He labored in quarries under the scorching sun, his muscles aching with exhaustion. He encountered kindness, fleeting and rare, but more often he faced indifference and cruelty. He saw the stark disparities of wealth, the callousness of the privileged towards the plight of the less fortunate. The injustices he witnessed fueled a growing resentment within him, a quiet rage against a world that had taken everything and offered nothing in return. One particularly brutal winter, Cale found himself in a larger town, a bustling hub of trade and intrigue. He had taken shelter in a rough tavern, seeking warmth and a brief respite from the biting cold. It was a place frequented by all manner of individuals, merchants, soldiers, travelers, and those who existed on the fringes of society. In a dimly lit corner, nursing a watered-down ale, sat a man who seemed apart from the tavern's rough camaraderie. He was cloaked in shadows, his features largely obscured by a deep hood. Yet there was an intensity in his gaze, a sharpness that seemed to cut through the surrounding gloom. He exuded an air of quiet power, a sense that he was a man accustomed to observing, to waiting. Cale, nursing his own meager drink, tried to avoid the man's gaze. There was something unsettling about his stillness, his almost predatory watchfulness. But the man seemed to sense Cale's gaze. As Cale rose to leave, the cloaked figure spoke, his voice a low, gravelly murmur that nonetheless carried an air of authority. "You carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, young man. the stranger said, his eyes, though shadowed, seeming to pierce through Cale's weary facade. "I have seen that look before. Loss and a simmering anger." Cale froze, his hand on the tavern door. He turned, surprised that this enigmatic figure had noticed his inner turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, the dam of his carefully guarded emotions seemed to crack. He found himself recounting his story, the peaceful life in the valley, the swift and brutal loss of his family, his aimless wandering, and the gnawing resentment that had taken root in his heart. The cloaked man listened in silence, his gaze unwavering. When Cale's voice finally trailed off, heavy with unshed tears, the stranger remained silent for a long moment, as if weighing Cale's words. Then he spoke again, his voice low and deliberate. "The world is a harsh place, young man. Justice is a luxury that few can afford. Sometimes, those who have been wronged must seek their own form of redress." He paused, his gaze intensifying. "I have opportunities for those with a certain aptitude. Opportunities to strike back at the darkness that has touched your life and the lives of others. Are you interested?" The implication hung heavy in the air. Cale understood. The stranger was offering him a path into the shadows, a life where his grief and anger could be channeled into something lethal. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, a conflict raging within him between the remnants of his former life and the seductive pull of vengeance. He looked at his calloused hands, hands that had once held his sister's small hand, that had helped his father in the honest work of the forest. Could these hands now wield death? But then the memories flooded back. His mother's still face, Ilara's fading smile, his father's broken spirit. The world had offered him nothing but pain. Perhaps it was time to take something back. He met the stranger's gaze, his own eyes hardening with a newfound resolve. "Tell me more," he said, his voice rough with a mixture of fear and a desperate hope. The cloaked man's lips curved into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. "Indeed," he murmured, beckoning Cale to sit. "Let us speak of shadows, and the promises they hold." The tavern's dim light seemed to coalesce around them, as if the very air held its breath, awaiting the unfolding of a destiny forged in loss and whispered in the language of the night. The path ahead was fraught with peril, a descent into a world where the lines between right and wrong blurred, and where a rusty blade might become the only instrument of justice, however twisted that justice might be. The encounter with this enigmatic figure, who would come to be known only as Nightshade, marked the true beginning of Cale's transformation, a journey from innocent victim to something far more dangerous, a pawn in a game far larger and more sinister than he could possibly imagine. The weight of his past, coupled with the lure of a future defined by retribution, had set him on a course from which there might be no return. The rusty blade of fate was about to be sharpened, and the false promises of the shadows were about to be revealed. Chapter 2: False Promises. Cale steps into the underworld with the hope of revenge, but quickly realizes the ruthlessness and deceit of Nightshade's promises. The first mission and the emptiness after taking a life. The shadows, they whisper promises like sweet poison. They lure you in with the promise of solace, of power, of a twisted kind of justice. But the deeper you venture into their embrace, the more you realize the hollowness of their words, the cruel deception that lies at their core. For Cale, the encounter with Nightshade was the first step down a path paved with such false promises, a descent into a world far more brutal and morally bankrupt than he could have ever imagined in his grief-stricken solitude. Nightshade, as he revealed himself to be known within the clandestine circles he inhabited, was a master of veiled words and calculated manipulation. He painted a picture for Cale, a vision where his pain could be transmuted into purpose, where his anger could become a weapon wielded against those who deserved it. He spoke of a network, a shadowy organization that operated beyond the reach of conventional law, meting out its own form of retribution. He hinted at the identities of those responsible for the kind of suffering Cale had endured, dangling the prospect of vengeance like a tantalizing prize. Cale, still raw with loss and consumed by a burning desire for retribution, clung to these words like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. He saw in Nightshade not just a recruiter into a dangerous profession, but a potential guide, someone who could steer his rage towards a meaningful target. The simplicity of the offer was seductive. Channel his pain, and in return, find a semblance of closure, a twisted form of peace. The initial days under Nightshade's tutelage were a blur of hushed instructions and clandestine movements. Cale was introduced to the underbelly of the town, a labyrinth of dark alleys, hidden doorways, and clandestine meeting places. He met other individuals who operated in this shadowy world, informants with shifty eyes, fences with greasy smiles, and other recruits, each bearing their own scars and driven by their own desperate motivations. Nightshade began to impart the rudimentary skills necessary for his new trade. He taught Cale the importance of silence and observation, how to move through the shadows unnoticed, how to blend into the background. He showed him basic techniques of hand-to-hand combat, emphasizing speed and efficiency over brute strength. And, of course, he instructed him in the use of a blade. Not a gleaming sword of a noble warrior, but the same dull, rusty knife that had been his father's. Nightshade explained its grim practicality. It was unassuming, easily concealed, and in the right hands, just as deadly as any finely crafted weapon. The training was harsh and unforgiving, mirroring the world they inhabited. Mistakes were met with swift and often painful consequences. Trust was non-existent. Every interaction was tinged with suspicion and self-preservation. Cale quickly learned that in this world, loyalty was a commodity as rare and precious as gold. Then came the day of Cale's first assignment. Nightshade presented it with an air of grave importance, framing it as the first step on Cale's path to avenging his family. The target was a local guard, a man named Elms, who Nightshade claimed was a low-level enforcer for the very group that had raided Cale's village. Nightshade provided scant details, emphasizing the need for speed and discretion. The reward, he promised, would be information, a name, a place, a piece of the puzzle that Cale so desperately sought. Driven by the promise of finally uncovering the truth behind his family's demise, Cale approached the task with a grim determination. He stalked Elms for days, observing his routines, learning his habits. He found him to be a man of unremarkable cruelty, prone to fits of temper and petty abuses of power. In Cale's mind, this justified the act he was about to commit. This man was a thread in the web of his suffering. The opportunity came on a moonless night. Elms was returning home from his shift, his footsteps heavy on the cobblestone streets, his form silhouetted against the faint light spilling from the windows of the sleeping town. Cale moved like a shadow, his rusty knife clutched tightly in his hand, his heart pounding in his chest. The encounter was swift and brutal. Cale ambushed Elms in a dark alley, the element of surprise his only advantage. There was a brief struggle, a muffled cry, and then silence. Cale stood over the fallen guard, the rusty blade stained crimson in the darkness. He had done it. He had taken a life. He had acted as the instrument of Nightshade's shadowy justice. But as he stood there, the adrenaline fading, a profound emptiness washed over him. There was no surge of satisfaction, no sense of closure. Instead, there was only a cold, hollow void where he had expected to find some semblance of peace. He searched Elms's pockets, as Nightshade had instructed, hoping to find the promised information. He found nothing of significance, only a few coins and a worn piece of parchment bearing a crude drawing. The promised name, the crucial link to his past, was absent. When Cale reported back to Nightshade, the man's reaction was dismissive. He brushed off the lack of information, stating that such things often took time. He praised Cale's efficiency, his willingness to act, but the promised reward remained elusive. Over the following weeks, Cale was given more assignments, each one shrouded in secrecy and justified with vague pronouncements of justice. He assassinated a merchant accused of exploiting the poor, a moneylender rumored to be in league with corrupt officials, and even another member of Nightshade's own network who was suspected of treachery. With each life he took, the emptiness within him grew. The faces of his victims, though often cruel and deserving of some form of punishment, haunted his waking hours and invaded his nightmares. The act of ending a life, regardless of the justification, left a stain on his soul, a darkness that seemed to seep deeper with each passing day. The promised vengeance for his family remained a distant dream. The information Nightshade dangled never materialized. Cale began to realize that the justice Nightshade spoke of was arbitrary and self-serving, a means to consolidate his own power and eliminate his rivals. The promises of retribution were nothing more than a cruel manipulation, a way to exploit Cale's grief and turn him into a disposable tool. The rusty blade in his hand, once a symbol of potential vengeance, now felt like a brand, marking him as a killer, a creature of the shadows. The world he had entered was not one of righteous retribution, but of cold-blooded pragmatism and ruthless ambition. The sweet poison of Nightshade's promises had left a bitter taste in his mouth, a gnawing sense of betrayal that mirrored the betrayal he had suffered at the hands of fate. He was trapped, caught in a web of deceit and violence. The hope that had initially driven him was fading, replaced by a growing disillusionment and a profound sense of isolation. He had sought solace in the shadows, but he had found only a deeper darkness within himself. The rusty blade had become his constant companion, a grim reminder of the path he had chosen, a path built on false promises and stained with the blood of strangers. The question that began to gnaw at him was not whether he would find vengeance, but whether he could ever find his way back to the light, or if he was destined to remain a creature of the night, forever haunted by the faces of the dead and the hollowness of broken promises. The weight of his actions was beginning to crush him, and the realization that he had been a fool, a pawn in someone else's game, was a bitter pill to swallow. The hope of justice had turned into the stark reality of being just another instrument of injustice. Chapter 3: Learning to Survive. Cale must teach himself to hide, fight with crude weapons, and face the lurking dangers in the world of the outlaws. Witnessing the betrayal and death of his colleagues. The world beyond the flickering gaslight of Nightshade's pronouncements was a brutal education. The sweet promises of purpose and a twisted justice dissolved quickly in the acid rain of reality. Cale found himself thrust into a Darwinian landscape where survival wasn't a right, but a daily, desperate struggle. The outlaws, the disenfranchised, the predators, were not a romanticized band of rebels, but a chaotic ecosystem of desperation and violence. If Cale was to navigate this treacherous terrain, he had to shed the remnants of his former life and learn a new, brutal curriculum: the art of survival. Nightshade's initial tutelage had provided a basic framework, but the true lessons were etched in the cold steel of near misses, the gnawing hunger of close calls, and the stark finality of death witnessed firsthand. The rusty knife, his father's legacy, became his primary text. He learned its balance, its limitations, the precise angles needed to inflict maximum damage with minimal effort. There were no elegant parries or sweeping attacks, only swift, brutal efficiency. Every movement had to count. Hesitation could be fatal. The alleys and shadows became his classroom. He learned to move like a phantom, his footsteps silent on cobblestone, his form melting into the darkness. He studied the rhythms of the city's underbelly, the late-night patrols of guards, the clandestine meetings in deserted warehouses, the territorial markings of rival gangs. His senses became heightened, attuned to the slightest sound, the faintest scent of danger. Combat was a visceral, ugly affair. There were no rules, no honor, only the primal instinct to survive. Cale sparred with other recruits, each encounter a brutal lesson in pragmatism. He learned to exploit weaknesses, to fight dirty, to use the environment to his advantage. A thrown rock, a sudden shove into a wall, a diversionary tactic. Anything was permissible if it meant staying alive. He discovered a grim talent for improvisation, turning everyday objects into makeshift weapons. A broken bottle became a jagged edge, a length of chain a makeshift flail. The world of the was a fractured one, a constant shifting of alliances and betrayals. Trust was a fool's errand. Cale witnessed this firsthand among Nightshade's network. There was Marco, a wiry thief with nimble fingers and a sharper tongue, who boasted of his loyalty to Nightshade but was secretly skimming profits. There was Silas, a hulking brute with a scarred face and a hair-trigger temper, whose allegiance was as fickle as the wind. Cale kept his distance, observing, learning. He saw how quickly favors turned to debts, how whispers could become accusations, and how a perceived weakness could be exploited without mercy. He learned that in this world, everyone had their price, and loyalty was often the first casualty when coin or self-preservation was involved. One incident seared this lesson into his mind. A young woman named Lena, a skilled lockpick recruited for her unique talents, was suspected of sharing information with a rival faction. Nightshade, without a shred of due process, declared her a traitor. Cale watched, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach, as Silas and another hulking enforcer dragged Lena to a deserted courtyard. Lena pleaded for her life, her eyes wide with terror, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Nightshade watched with a cold, detached expression as Silas, with a sickening crunch, broke her leg. The interrogation that followed was brutal and swift. Lena, broken and in agony, eventually confessed to nothing, but it didn't matter. Nightshade had already made his judgment. Cale was forced to watch as Silas, with a casual cruelty that chilled him to the bone, ended Lena's life with a swift thrust of his dagger. The body was unceremoniously dumped in a nearby canal, another ghost swallowed by the city's dark underbelly. The casual brutality of the act, the utter disregard for Lena's life, left Cale shaken. He had taken a life himself, but it had been under the guise of some twisted form of justice, however flawed. This was different. This was pure, unadulterated ruthlessness, a stark reminder of the true cost of crossing Nightshade. The incident served as a grim warning. In this world, you were either the predator or the prey. There was no middle ground. Cale knew he had to become harder, colder, if he wanted to survive. The flicker of hope that Ilara had ignited within him was in danger of being extinguished by the pervasive darkness. He continued his grim apprenticeship, his skills sharpening with each passing day. He learned to pick pockets, to move through crowds unnoticed, to scale walls with surprising agility. He became adept at using the shadows as his ally, a silent observer and a deadly predator. Weapons beyond his rusty knife became extensions of his will. He learned to wield a garrote, a silent instrument of strangulation. He mastered the use of caltrops, scattering them in his wake to deter pursuers. He even experimented with crude poisons, learning which concoctions could incapacitate or kill quickly and efficiently. But the most crucial skill he developed was a keen sense of awareness, an instinct for danger. He learned to read faces, to interpret subtle shifts in body language, to anticipate betrayal before it struck. In a world where everyone had their own agenda, paranoia was a survival mechanism. He witnessed other colleagues meet their ends. Some were caught in the crossfire of gang wars, their bodies found riddled with arrows or bearing the marks of brutal beatings. Others were betrayed by those they trusted, lured into ambushes and left to die in forgotten corners of the city. Each death was a stark reminder of the precariousness of their existence. There was a young man named Finn, barely older than Cale, who dreamed of escaping this life, of saving enough coin to buy a small farm and leave the shadows behind. He had shared his dreams with a woman named Isolde, a seemingly kind and sympathetic member of Nightshade's network. But Isolde was secretly in league with a rival gang. She lured Finn into a trap, and Cale later found his lifeless body, his dreams of a peaceful life shattered along with his skull. These experiences chipped away at any lingering sense of morality or idealism Cale might have possessed. Survival demanded a certain level of detachment, a willingness to do what was necessary, no matter how unpleasant. The lines between right and wrong became increasingly blurred in the perpetual twilight of the underworld. Yet, amidst the brutality and betrayal, a small part of Cale clung to the memory of Elara. Her kindness, her unwavering spirit, served as a faint beacon in the overwhelming darkness. He knew that if he succumbed completely to this world, if he allowed the cynicism and ruthlessness to consume him entirely, he would lose the last vestige of his former self, the person Elara had seen beneath the hardened exterior. So, he learned to survive, to navigate the treacherous currents of the world. He became a shadow, a fighter, a survivor. But he did so with a grim resolve, his heart a hardened stone, his eyes constantly scanning for danger, and the faint, flickering memory of a better life fueling a desperate hope for something more than just survival. The betrayals he witnessed served as a constant reminder of the world's cruelty, but also as a perverse form of education, teaching him who to trust, which was essentially no one, and how to anticipate the knife in the dark. He was learning to live in the shadows, but a part of him still yearned for the light, a yearning that Elara had unknowingly ignited and that the darkness could not completely extinguish. Chapter 4. The First Betrayal. During an assassination mission, Cale is betrayed by those who hired him, becoming the hunted. Suspicion begins to arise in his mind about everything. In the shadowed world Cale now inhabited, betrayal wasn't an anomaly. It was the very air they breathed. Loyalty was a fluid concept, shifting with the tides of coin and self-interest. He had witnessed it among his so-called colleagues, the casual disregard for life, the swift and brutal punishments for perceived transgressions. But witnessing betrayal from afar was a different beast entirely from feeling its sharp teeth sink into your own flesh. The mission to assassinate Master Theron, a wealthy merchant with alleged ties to corrupt city officials, would be Cale's first visceral lesson in the treacherous nature of those who operated in the darkness, a lesson that would transform him from a mere instrument of Nightshade's will into a hunted animal, forever wary of the shadows that had once offered him a twisted sanctuary. Master Theron was a man of considerable influence, his opulent townhouse a fortress within the city walls. Nightshade had presented the assignment with his usual air of detached authority, framing it as a necessary pruning of the corrupt elements that plagued the city. The reward promised was substantial. Enough coin, Nightshade hinted, to potentially finance Cale's own endeavors, to perhaps even buy him a sliver of the life he had once dreamed of. This carrot, dangling just out of reach, was often enough to secure Cale's compliance. The plan was intricate, relying on Cale's burgeoning skills in infiltration and stealth. He was to slip into Theron's townhouse under the cover of darkness, navigate the labyrinthine corridors, and eliminate the merchant silently in his private chambers. Nightshade had provided detailed schematics of the layout, the guard rotations, and even the supposed location of Theron's valuables, a subtle lure to ensure Cale's motivation extended beyond the mere act of killing. Cale meticulously prepared, his rusty knife honed to a sharper edge, his movements practiced until they were fluid and silent. He studied the schematics, memorizing every turn, every shadow that could offer concealment. A sense of grim anticipation settled over him. This mission felt different. The reward was tangible, the target significant. Perhaps this was the turning point, the step that would finally lead him towards some semblance of control over his own destiny. The infiltration went smoothly. The city was cloaked in a thick fog, a silent accomplice to Cale's movements. He scaled the garden wall with practiced ease, his dark clothing blending seamlessly with the night. The guards were predictable in their patrols, their heavy footsteps echoing in the stillness. He slipped through the darkened corridors of the townhouse like a phantom, his senses alert for any sign of danger. He located Theron's chambers on the upper floor, the heavy oak door secured by a single lock. Picking it was a task that required patience and a steady hand, skills Cale had honed in the less glamorous aspects of his underworld education. The tumblers clicked softly, and the door swung inward, revealing a dimly lit room. Master Theron was asleep in a large ornate bed, his breathing heavy and ragged. The opulence of the room, the rich tapestries, the heavy furniture, the glint of gold on a nearby table, was a stark contrast to the squalor Cale had become accustomed to. He moved silently towards the bed, his knife raised. Just as he was about to strike, a sound from behind him shattered the silence. The heavy thud of boots on the wooden floor, followed by the unmistakable click of a crossbow being cocked. Cale whirled around, his instincts screaming danger. Standing in the doorway, bathed in the flickering light of a lantern held by another figure, were two individuals Cale recognized. Silas, the hulking brute from Nightshade's network, and a wiry informant named Greta, whose network of whispers usually provided them with valuable intelligence. Both wore expressions of cold, calculating intent. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," Silas sneered, his scarred face contorting into a cruel grin. "Seems you've done all the hard work for us, Cale." Greta held the lantern aloft, her eyes glittering with a predatory gleam. "Nightshade sends his regards, and his apologies for the change in plans." The realization hit Cale with the force of a physical blow. He had been set up. The mission wasn't just about eliminating Theron, it was about eliminating him. The substantial reward, the detailed schematics, it was all a carefully constructed lie to lure him into a trap. "Why?" Cale managed to rasp, his voice tight with disbelief and a dawning sense of betrayal that cut deeper than any blade. Silas chuckled, a harsh, grating sound. "Let's just say you were becoming a liability. Too quiet, too efficient. Nightshade doesn't like loose ends." Greta's explanation was more pragmatic. Theron made a better offer. Your life for his. It's simple economics, really. The cold calculus of their betrayal chilled Cale to the bone. His life, his skills, his willingness to serve Nightshade, all of it amounted to nothing in the face of a higher price. He was disposable, a tool to be discarded when a more lucrative opportunity arose. The crossbow bolt whistled past his ear, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Cale reacted instantly, his survival instincts kicking in. He lunged towards the nearest cover, a heavy oak desk, overturning it to create a temporary shield. The room erupted in chaos. Silas lumbered forward, drawing a heavy, crude sword. Greta moved with a wiry agility, keeping her distance while reloading her crossbow. Cale, armed only with his knife, was severely outmatched. He knew he couldn't fight them head-on. His only chance was to escape. He scanned the room frantically, searching for an exit. The window was high and barred. The only other door was the one Silas and Greta were guarding. Thinking fast, Cale grabbed a heavy candelabra from the overturned desk and hurled it at Greta. The sudden projectile caught her off guard, sending her stumbling backward with a yelp of pain. In that brief moment of distraction, Cale darted towards the door, feinting left before spinning right and slamming his shoulder into Silas's chest. The brute grunted in surprise, momentarily losing his footing. Cale didn't hesitate. He slipped past Silas and out into the corridor, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind him. He moved through the labyrinthine townhouse with a desperate urgency, his knowledge of the schematics now his only ally. He knew the secret passages, the hidden alcoves that Nightshade had inadvertently revealed during his initial training. He scrambled through a narrow ventilation shaft, the rough metal scraping against his skin. He emerged into a darkened pantry, the air thick with the scent of dried herbs and spices. He knew he couldn't stay here for long. Silas and Greta would be hunting him relentlessly. The betrayal had ignited a cold fury within Cale. The hope of vengeance for his family now intertwined with a burning desire for survival and retribution against Nightshade and his treacherous network. The promises of a better life, the hints of justice, all lies. He had been a fool to believe them. As he slipped out of a back exit into the fog-shrouded streets, a profound shift occurred within Cale. The naive hope that had flickered within him since meeting Ilara was now tempered by a harsh, cynical pragmatism. He could trust no one. Everyone in this world had their own agenda, their own price. Suspicion began to fester in his mind, poisoning his every thought. Had Nightshade ever intended to help him? Were the missions he had carried out truly serving some greater purpose, or were they merely exercises in control? The faces of his victims, once haunting reminders of his descent into darkness, now seemed to blur with the faces of his betrayers. The world of shadows, once a potential sanctuary, now felt like a cage. He was hunted, not just by Silas and Greta, but by the very network he had served. He knew Nightshade would not rest until he was eliminated, a loose end neatly tied up. Cale was no longer just an assassin. He was a target. The hunter had become the hunted. His rusty knife, once his instrument, was now his only defense against a network of killers far more experienced and better equipped. He moved through the fog-choked streets, a ghost in the mist, his mind racing. He needed to disappear, to find a way to survive outside of Nightshade's grasp. But he also knew that simply running wasn't enough. The betrayal had awakened a primal need for justice, a desire to make Nightshade and his cronies pay for their treachery. The first betrayal was a brutal lesson, but it was also a catalyst. It shattered Cale's naive trust and forced him to confront the true nature of the world he inhabited. He was alone, hunted, but also free in a terrifying way. He was no longer bound by false promises. He would forge his own path, a path paved with survival, fueled by vengeance, and guided by the bitter wisdom of betrayal. The rusty blade, once a symbol of his servitude, would now become the emblem of his defiance. The hunt had begun, and Cale, the prey, was about to learn how to become the ultimate predator. Every shadow held a potential enemy, every whispered word a possible lie. His paranoia was no longer a defense mechanism. It was his new reality. Chapter 5. Meeting Ilara. The unexpected encounter with Ilara, a compassionate common woman, plants a seed of hope in Cale's soul for a different life. In the brutal landscape Cale now navigated, where trust was a phantom and survival the only constant, moments of genuine human connection were as rare and precious as finding a single bloom in a field of thorns. His encounter with Ilara was such a moment, an unexpected sunrise in the perpetual twilight of his existence. She was an ordinary woman, a common soul untouched by the cynicism and cruelty that had become Cale's daily bread. Her compassion was a balm to his wounded spirit, planting a fragile seed of hope in the barren soil of his heart, a hope for a life beyond the shadows, beyond the rusty blade and the bitter taste of betrayal. Cale's escape from Nightshade's trap had left him wounded, both physically and emotionally. He was a hunted man, every shadow a potential hiding place for his pursuers, every unfamiliar face a potential threat. He had retreated to the fringes of the city, seeking refuge in the squalid anonymity of the poorest districts, places where the law rarely ventured and where survival was a communal struggle. It was in one of these forgotten corners, amidst the stench of poverty and the cries of the downtrodden, that he first saw her. Ilara was tending to a small patch of herbs growing in a cracked clay pot outside a dilapidated tenement building. Her hands, though rough from labor, moved with a gentle care, as if she were coaxing life from the very stones. Her face, framed by strands of unbound brown hair, held a quiet strength and a deep-seated kindness that seemed to radiate outwards, a stark contrast to the hardened expressions Cale had grown accustomed to. He had been watching her from the shadows of a nearby alleyway, his instincts wary. Anyone showing such open compassion in this brutal district was either incredibly naive or possessed a hidden strength. He had expected to see her preyed upon, exploited. Instead, he witnessed the quiet respect she received from the other inhabitants, the small gestures of gratitude for her meager remedies and her comforting presence. One day, Cale's hunger and his festering wounds finally forced him to risk exposure. He approached her hesitantly, his hand instinctively hovering near the concealed knife at his belt. "Excuse me," he rasped, his voice rough from disuse and suspicion. Ilara looked up, her eyes, the color of warm earth, meeting his without fear or judgment. A faint smile touched her lips. "Can I help you, stranger?" Her voice was soft, yet held a quiet resilience. Cale, unaccustomed to such gentle inquiry, found himself momentarily disarmed. He mumbled something about needing water and perhaps some help with his injuries. Without hesitation, Ilara led him into her small, meagerly furnished room. She cleaned his wounds with surprising tenderness, her touch light and soothing. She offered him a piece of coarse bread and a cup of cool water, her actions devoid of any expectation of reward. As she tended to him, she spoke softly, asking no probing questions, offering only quiet words of comfort. In that small room, surrounded by the simple necessities of her life, Cale felt a flicker of something he hadn't experienced in a long time, a sense of safety, of being seen not as a threat, but as a fellow human being in need. Over the next few days, Cale remained hidden in Ilara's room, his wounds slowly healing. He observed her life, the quiet dignity with which she faced the daily hardships, her unwavering compassion for those around her. She shared her meager food with the hungry, offered comfort to the grieving, and tended to the sick with a selfless dedication. She spoke of her own losses, a husband taken by illness, a child lost too soon, but her sorrow seemed to fuel her compassion rather than breed bitterness. She found solace in the small acts of kindness she offered, in the simple beauty of the herbs she cultivated, in the resilience of life amidst the squalor. Cale, hardened by his experiences in the underworld, found himself strangely drawn to her quiet strength and unwavering empathy. He had grown accustomed to suspicion and deceit, but Ilara's sincerity was undeniable. Slowly, cautiously, he began to lower his guard. One evening, as the setting sun cast long shadows across the room, Ilara found Cale staring out the window, a look of profound sadness on his face. "You carry a heavy burden, stranger," she said softly, her voice filled with concern. "It weighs on you." Cale hesitated, the ingrained habit of secrecy warring with a burgeoning need to unburden himself. He had shared his past with Nightshade, but that had been a calculated move, a way to gain entry into the underworld. Sharing it with Ilara felt different, vulnerable. But there was something about her gentle presence, her unwavering kindness, that chipped away at the wall he had built around his heart. Slowly, haltingly, he began to tell her his story. The peaceful life in the valley, the brutal loss of his family, his descent into the shadows, the betrayal by Nightshade, and the constant fear that now haunted him. Ilara listened without judgment, her eyes filled with a deep understanding. When he had finished, the silence in the room was heavy, filled with the unspoken weight of his grief and his current predicament. "The world can be a cruel place," she said finally, her voice low and filled with sorrow. "It takes so much, and often gives so little in return. But even in the darkest of nights, there is still light to be found, if we are willing to look for it." Her words, simple yet profound, resonated deeply within Cale. He had been so consumed by darkness and the pursuit of vengeance that he had forgotten the possibility of light, of kindness, of a life lived not in the shadows, but in the open. In Ilara's presence, a fragile seed of hope began to sprout within him. He saw in her a different way of being, a path that didn't involve bloodshed and betrayal. He began to imagine a life where he wasn't constantly looking over his shoulder, where trust wasn't a dangerous illusion. He dared to dream of a future where he could lay down the rusty blade, where his hands could tend to something other than death. He found himself drawn to the simple rhythms of her life, the quiet tending of her herbs, the comforting aroma of her meager meals, the gentle way she interacted with the other inhabitants of the district. He saw a resilience in her that mirrored his own, but tempered with a compassion he had long forgotten. He began to help her with her tasks, his calloused hands surprisingly gentle as he assisted her in the small garden. He found a quiet satisfaction in nurturing life, a stark contrast to the death he had dealt. In Ilara's eyes, he saw not a killer, but a wounded man in need of healing. Her compassion was a lifeline, pulling him back from the brink of the abyss. For the first time since his family's death, he felt a glimmer of hope for a different future, a future where he could perhaps find peace and even love. The promises of Nightshade had been hollow and deceitful, leading only to more darkness and betrayal. But the unspoken promise that bloomed in Ilara's presence was different. It was a promise of kindness, of understanding, of a life lived with purpose beyond vengeance. It was a fragile hope, easily shattered by the harsh realities of his existence, but it was a hope nonetheless, a tiny flame flickering in the darkness, offering the possibility of warmth and light. The unexpected encounter with Ilara had planted a seed in Cale's soul, a seed of a different life, a life where the rusty blade might finally be laid to rest, and where the false promises of the shadows could be replaced by the genuine warmth of human connection. Chapter 6. A Glimmer of Hope. Cale gradually opens up to Ilara, sharing his painful past and dreaming of a normal future by her side. His promises change because of Ilara. In the quiet sanctuary of Ilara's meager dwelling, amidst the pervasive squalor of the forgotten district, a delicate bloom began to unfurl within Cale's ravaged soul. Ilara's unwavering compassion had pierced through the hardened shell he had constructed around his heart, allowing a fragile glimmer of hope to take root. For the first time since the brutal loss of his family and his subsequent descent into the treacherous underworld, Cale dared to envision a life beyond the shadows, a life where the rusty blade was not his sole companion and the bitter taste of betrayal did not linger on his tongue. The initial days of his refuge with Ilara were marked by a cautious silence. Cale, accustomed to secrecy and suspicion, found it difficult to fully trust. The ingrained habit of watching his back, of anticipating danger in every shadow, was a reflex he couldn't easily shake. Ilara, with her gentle patience, allowed him the space he needed, her kindness a constant, unspoken reassurance. As his physical wounds healed under her tender care, so too did the deeper wounds within him begin to mend. Ilara's presence was a balm to his troubled spirit. Her quiet strength and unwavering empathy created an atmosphere of safety, a stark contrast to the volatile and treacherous world he had come to inhabit. He found himself drawn to the simple honesty of her existence, the genuine compassion she extended to everyone she encountered, regardless of their station or circumstance. Slowly, tentatively, Cale began to open up to her. The dam of his carefully guarded emotions, held in place by years of grief and the harsh realities of his survival, began to crack. He shared fragments of his past, the idyllic memories of his childhood in the valley, the warmth of his family's love, the devastating swiftness of their loss. He spoke of the gnawing emptiness that had consumed him, the burning desire for vengeance that had led him into Nightshade's web, and the bitter disillusionment he had experienced. Ilara listened with a profound empathy, her eyes reflecting his pain. She didn't offer platitudes or easy answers, but simply a quiet understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the immense suffering he had endured. Her presence was a comforting anchor, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, human connection could still offer solace. As he shared his story, a subtle shift began to occur within Cale. The burning intensity of his desire for revenge started to soften around the edges, replaced by a nascent longing for something more meaningful. Ilara's life, though filled with its own hardships, was rooted in compassion and a quiet resilience. He saw in her a different kind of strength, a strength that didn't rely on violence or deceit. He began to envision a future he had long thought impossible, a future where he wasn't defined by the rusty blade and the blood on his hands. He dared to dream of a simple life by Ilara's side, a life filled with the quiet rhythms of her days, the gentle comfort of her presence. He imagined a small cottage, a patch of land where they could cultivate life instead of dealing death. He pictured evenings spent in quiet companionship, sharing stories and finding solace in each other's presence. These dreams were fragile, easily threatened by the harsh realities of his hunted existence, but they were there nonetheless, a fragile flicker of light in the darkness. And as these dreams took root, Cale's promises to himself began to change. The vow of vengeance that had once consumed him started to yield to a new promise. The promise of a different life, a life built on trust and love, a life worthy of Ilara's unwavering kindness. He found himself wanting to protect her, not just from the dangers of the outside world, but from the darkness that still clung to him. He yearned to shed the skin of the assassin, to become someone worthy of her gentle spirit. The rusty blade, once a symbol of his purpose, now felt like a heavy burden, a constant reminder of the life he desperately wanted to leave behind. He started to speak of his dreams to Ilara, hesitantly at first, then with a growing sense of hope. He told her of his longing for a peaceful existence, his desire to leave the shadows behind and build a life with her. Ilara listened with a quiet joy, her own eyes reflecting the possibility of a shared future. "It would be a good life, Cale," she would say softly, her hand resting gently on his. "A life filled with the simple things that truly matter." Her belief in him, her unwavering faith in the possibility of his redemption, was a powerful force. It fueled his desire to change, to become the man she saw within him, the man buried beneath layers of grief and violence. His promises to himself were no longer about retribution, but about building a future with Ilara. He promised himself that he would find a way to escape the clutches of Nightshade, to sever his ties with the underworld. He promised himself that he would protect Ilara with his life, that he would create a safe haven for them both. The rusty blade, though still a necessary tool for survival in his current predicament, no longer represented his ultimate destiny. It was a relic of a past he desperately wanted to escape. His future, he now dared to believe, lay not in the shadows, but in the gentle light of Ilara's compassion. This burgeoning hope, this quiet promise of a different life, was a fragile thing, vulnerable to the harsh realities that still surrounded them. The threat of Nightshade's retribution loomed large, a dark cloud on their horizon. Cale knew that their newfound peace could be shattered at any moment. Yet, for the first time in a long time, Cale felt a sense of purpose that wasn't rooted in anger or vengeance. It was a purpose born of love and the desire to build a future with a woman who had shown him the possibility of light in the overwhelming darkness. His promises had changed, fueled by the transformative power of Ilara's compassion, and he clung to this fragile hope with a fierce determination, a silent vow to protect the fragile dawn of their shared dream. The rusty blade might still be in his hand, but his heart now held the promise of a different kind of life, a life where its edge might finally be turned towards the earth, nurturing growth instead of reaping death. Chapter 7. Nightshade Revealed. Nightshade recognizes the relationship between Cale and Ilara, seeing her as a weakness and a tool to control Cale. The nascent hope that had blossomed in the quiet sanctuary of Ilara's presence was a delicate flower, vulnerable to the harsh winds of Cale's past and the ever-watchful eyes of the underworld. In the intricate web of shadows and secrets that Nightshade commanded, nothing remained hidden for long. The connection that had begun to heal Cale's fractured soul did not escape the notice of the man who had first lured him into the darkness, a man whose understanding of manipulation was as sharp as the deadliest blade. Nightshade, with his keen perception and his ingrained paranoia, soon recognized the burgeoning relationship between Cale and Ilara, not as a path to redemption, but as a potential vulnerability, a tool to be exploited in his intricate game of control. The whispers reached Nightshade through the same clandestine channels that had once delivered Cale into his grasp. The change in Cale's behavior had not gone unnoticed by the denizens of the underworld. The once grim and solitary assassin was now seen in the company of a woman, a commoner with a reputation for kindness, residing in the squalor of the forgotten districts. These sightings, initially dismissed as fleeting encounters, soon painted a clearer picture of a deepening connection. Nightshade's network of informants, a sprawling web of eyes and ears that permeated every corner of the city's underbelly, provided him with increasingly detailed accounts of Cale and Ilara's interactions. They reported seeing Cale assisting Ilara with her meager tasks, a gentleness in his demeanor that was starkly at odds with his usual coldness. They spoke of hushed conversations, of shared meals in Ilara's small room, of a quiet intimacy that hinted at a bond far deeper than mere acquaintance. Initially, Nightshade viewed this development with a detached curiosity. He had seen recruits form attachments before, fleeting moments of human connection in the brutal reality of their existence. Such bonds usually proved to be weaknesses, easily exploited to ensure loyalty and obedience. He likely assumed that Cale's relationship with Ilara would follow a similar pattern, a temporary distraction that would ultimately make him more pliable. However, as the reports continued, Nightshade began to perceive a shift in Cale that troubled him. The simmering rage that had once been so easily directed towards his targets seemed to have been tempered, replaced by a quiet resolve, a sense of purpose that Nightshade had not instilled. There was a protectiveness in Cale's demeanor towards Ilara, a fierce undercurrent that suggested a deeper, more significant attachment. Nightshade's own past, shrouded in secrecy and rumored to be filled with betrayals and losses, likely contributed to his cynical view of human connection. He understood the power of love and attachment, not as a source of strength, but as a profound vulnerability. He had likely exploited such weaknesses in others countless times, and he instinctively recognized the potential threat that Ilara posed to his control over Cale. He began to see Ilara not as a mere distraction, but as a significant leverage point. If Cale's newfound hope and his desire for a different life were tied to this woman, then she could be used to manipulate him, to ensure his continued obedience. The prospect of losing Ilara, Nightshade surmised, would be a far more potent motivator than any promise of coin or fleeting vengeance. Nightshade initiated his own discreet investigation into Ilara's background. His informants delved into the meager details of her life, uncovering the tragedies she had endured and the quiet strength she had displayed in the face of adversity. He learned of her reputation for kindness and the respect she commanded within her impoverished community. This knowledge only solidified his perception of her as a valuable tool. Her inherent goodness, her vulnerability as a commoner in a brutal world, made her the perfect target for manipulation. He began to formulate a plan, a subtle and insidious strategy to exploit Cale's attachment. He would not confront Cale directly, not yet. Instead, he would weave a web of subtle threats and veiled warnings, designed to sow seeds of fear and insecurity in Cale's mind, to remind him of the precariousness of their existence and the ever-present danger of Nightshade's reach. The first tendrils of this plan began to manifest in seemingly innocuous ways. Cale noticed an increase in the surveillance around Ilara's district, shadowy figures lingering in the alleys, their gazes lingering on her modest dwelling. He initially dismissed them as the usual denizens of the underworld, but a growing unease settled in his stomach. These figures seemed different, more purposeful, their attention too focused. Then came the subtle whispers, carried on the wind by informants Cale had once trusted. They spoke of Nightshade's displeasure, of his disappointment in Cale's recent lack of focus. They hinted at the dangers of divided loyalties, the consequences of allowing personal attachments to interfere with one's duties. These warnings were veiled, indirect, but their intent was clear. Nightshade was aware of Elara, and he did not approve. Cale's newfound peace began to erode, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. He tried to shield Elara from his fears, but the tension in his demeanor, the constant vigilance in his eyes, did not go unnoticed. He became more protective, his hand instinctively reaching for his knife whenever a stranger approached. Elara, perceptive and intuitive, sensed the change in him. She questioned him gently, her warm earth-toned eyes filled with concern. Cale, reluctant to reveal the full extent of his fears, offered vague reassurances, but the shadow of Nightshade's presence loomed between them. Nightshade, meanwhile, continued his subtle campaign of manipulation. He orchestrated a series of minor incidents designed to unsettle Cale. A chance encounter with Silas, who offered a chillingly casual reminder of Nightshade's reach. A cryptic message delivered by a young street urchin, speaking of debts and consequences. Each incident was a carefully placed pinprick, designed to chip away at Cale's fragile hope and remind him of the power Nightshade wielded. The realization that Elara was not a source of strength but a potential weakness in Nightshade's eyes was a bitter pill for Cale to swallow. The very person who had offered him a glimpse of a better life had now become a target, a vulnerability that could be exploited to control him. The hope of a normal future by her side now felt fragile and threatened, overshadowed by the looming presence of Nightshade. Cale's promises to Elara, the dreams they had shared, now felt precarious. He knew that Nightshade would not hesitate to use her against him. The thought filled him with a cold dread, a fierce protectiveness rising within him. He would not allow Nightshade to harm her. He would do whatever it took to keep her safe, even if it meant returning to the shadows he so desperately wanted to leave behind. The revelation of Nightshade's awareness of their relationship marked a turning point. The fragile dawn of hope had been clouded by the dark reality of their situation. Cale was no longer just a hunted man seeking refuge. He was a man with something precious to protect, a vulnerability that his enemies could exploit. The game had changed, and the stakes had been raised. The rusty blade might still be his defense, but now it was wielded not just for his own survival, but for the survival of the woman who had shown him the possibility of a different life. The shadows had closed in again, and the false promises of the past now threatened to consume the fragile hope of the future. Chapter 8. Elara vanishes. On a fateful day, Elara disappears without a trace, plunging Cale into utter despair and suspicion. The fragile dawn of hope that had begun to illuminate Cale's existence was brutally extinguished on a day that would forever be etched in the annals of his despair. The subtle threats and veiled warnings from Nightshade had cast a long shadow over their fragile peace, a constant reminder of the danger that lurked just beyond the edges of their sanctuary. Yet, despite the gnawing anxiety, Cale had clung fiercely to the belief that their burgeoning love and his unwavering protectiveness would be enough to shield Elara from the darkness. He was wrong. On that fateful day, Elara vanished without a trace, her absence a sudden, gaping wound that plunged Cale into an abyss of utter despair and a suffocating vortex of suspicion that tainted everything he had come to believe. The morning had begun like any other in their meager dwelling. Elara had risen with the sun, her gentle movements filling the small room with a quiet warmth. She had tended to her herbs, their fragrant scent mingling with the aroma of the simple breakfast she prepared. Cale, though still burdened by the underlying fear, had found a measure of solace in her presence, a fleeting sense of normalcy in their precarious existence. They had spoken of their dreams, the small cottage they hoped to find, the garden they would cultivate together, a life far removed from the shadows and the ever-present threat of violence. Elara's eyes had held their usual warmth and unwavering belief in their future, a belief that Cale desperately wanted to share, even as the tendrils of doubt tightened around his heart. He had left their room that morning with a heavy heart but a determined resolve. He had a small task to perform, a risky venture into a less guarded part of the city to secure some much-needed supplies. He had hesitated to leave Ilara alone, the recent unease making him reluctant to let her out of his sight. But the necessity of their survival had outweighed his apprehension. He had extracted a promise from her to remain within their sanctuary, to bolt the door securely and not to open it to anyone until his return. The hours that followed stretched into an eternity for Cale. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking danger, every unfamiliar face a potential agent of Nightshade. His mind raced with anxieties, the subtle threats and veiled warnings replaying themselves in a relentless loop. He hurried back to their dwelling, his pace quickening with each step, a growing sense of foreboding tightening its icy grip around his chest. The sight that greeted him upon his return was a chilling tableau of absence. The door to their room stood slightly ajar, a silent testament to a violation of their fragile security. The small space within was eerily still, the familiar scent of Ilara's herbs now tinged with a cold, unsettling emptiness. Her few belongings lay scattered, a half-finished weaving project abandoned on the small table, her worn shawl draped carelessly over a stool. But Ilara was gone. A raw, primal scream tore from Cale's throat, a sound of pure anguish that echoed in the desolate surroundings. He stumbled through the room, his hands trembling as he touched her abandoned possessions, each object a painful reminder of her presence, of the life they had begun to build. Panic seized him, a suffocating wave of terror that threatened to drown him in despair. He frantically searched the small room, then the dilapidated tenement building, his desperate cries for Ilara swallowed by the silence. He questioned the other inhabitants of the district, their faces etched with a mixture of pity and fear, but no one had seen her leave. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. As the initial shock began to recede, a cold, insidious suspicion began to take root in Cale's mind, a venomous tendril that coiled around his heart and poisoned his every thought. The subtle threats, the veiled warnings, they all pointed to one terrifying conclusion. Nightshade was responsible. He had taken Ilara. The realization hit Cale with the force of a physical blow, shattering the fragile hope that she had ignited within him. The promise of a different life, the dreams they had shared, now seemed like cruel taunts, mocking his naivety. He had allowed himself to believe in a future beyond the shadows, and now that future had been ripped away from him with brutal efficiency. But the suspicion didn't end with Nightshade. The insidious nature of betrayal he had already experienced in the underworld tainted his every thought. Could someone else be involved? Had one of the seemingly sympathetic inhabitants of the district been an informant? Had Ilara, in her past, unknowingly made an enemy who had now resurfaced? The possibilities, each more terrifying than the last, swirled in his mind, creating a suffocating vortex of doubt and paranoia. The despair that washed over Cale was profound, a crushing weight that threatened to extinguish the last embers of his will to live. Ilara had been more than just a lover. She had been his anchor, his beacon of hope in the overwhelming darkness. Her kindness had shown him a path towards redemption, a reason to leave the shadows behind. Now, with her gone, he felt adrift, lost in a sea of grief and suspicion, the darkness closing in around him once more. But beneath the crushing despair, a fierce primal rage began to simmer. Nightshade had not just taken Ilara, he had taken Cale's hope, his chance at a different life. And for that he would pay. The promise of a peaceful future was gone, replaced by a burning vow of retribution. The rusty blade, which had almost become a relic of a past he longed to escape, now felt like an extension of his grief and his burgeoning rage. It was no longer just a tool for survival. It was an instrument of vengeance. Cale knew that finding Ilara would be a perilous undertaking. Nightshade would have anticipated his reaction, would have laid traps, would be watching his every move. But the fear of facing Nightshade was now overshadowed by the sheer terror of Ilara's unknown fate and the burning need to find her. He would return to the underworld, the treacherous landscape he had briefly escaped. He would use every skill he had learned, every contact he had made, every shadow he knew, to find her. He would navigate the labyrinthine alleys and the clandestine meeting places, his senses heightened by desperation and a thirst for answers. The fragile hope that Ilara had planted in his soul had been brutally uprooted, leaving behind a barren wasteland of despair and suspicion. But from that wasteland, a new, darker resolve began to emerge. Cale was no longer just a survivor. He was a man driven by a singular, all-consuming purpose: to find Ilara and to make those responsible for her disappearance pay the ultimate price. The rusty blade, once a symbol of his servitude, was now poised to become the instrument of his wrath. The hunt was on, and this time, Cale was not the prey. Chapter 9. The Search Begins. Cale returns to the underworld, using all his skills to find Ilara, determined to face any danger. The fragile sanctuary Cale had found in Ilara's presence had been shattered, leaving behind a gaping void filled with despair and the gnawing tendrils of suspicion. The vibrant bloom of hope had been cruelly uprooted, replaced by a barren landscape of grief and a burning thirst for answers. Ilara's sudden and inexplicable disappearance had ignited a firestorm within him, a volatile mix of anguish and a steely resolve to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. The comfortable anonymity he had sought in the forgotten corners of the city was now a prison of unanswered questions. There was only one place to turn, one realm where whispers and secrets clung to the shadows like venomous vipers: the underworld. Cale plunged back into the labyrinthine alleys and clandestine meeting places he had briefly escaped, the familiar stench of desperation and deceit now a grim reminder of the world he was forced to navigate once more. The skills he had honed under Nightshade's tutelage, the ability to move unseen, to decipher the subtle language of the shadows, were no longer tools for survival or reluctant obedience. They were now instruments in his desperate search for Ilara. The rusty blade at his hip felt less like a mark of his past servitude and more like a promise of retribution should he find those responsible for her vanishing. His return to the underworld did not go unnoticed. The denizens of the shadows, with their keen instincts for shifts in power and the scent of desperation, recognized the change in Cale. The once grimly efficient assassin now moved with a frantic urgency, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity that spoke of a personal stake far greater than any contract. Whispers followed him like wraiths, speculating on his sudden reappearance and the raw grief that emanated from him. Cale moved with a singular focus, his grief and rage channeling into a relentless determination. He haunted the dimly lit taverns and the clandestine gambling dens, the places where information, however fragmented or unreliable, often changed hands for the right price. He sought out the informants he had once worked alongside, their shifty eyes now meeting his with a mixture of caution and morbid curiosity. He offered coin, the meager remnants of his past earnings, for any scrap of information regarding Ilara's whereabouts. He described her gentle face, her warm eyes, the quiet strength that belied her humble circumstances. Many shook their heads, their expressions blank or pitying. Ilara was an unknown in their world, a commoner who likely hadn't registered on their radar. But Cale persisted, his desperation a palpable force. He pressed harder, his questions becoming more insistent, his gaze unwavering. He reminded them of past favors, of debts owed, of the unspoken code of the underworld that sometimes, however rarely, transcended pure self-interest. Slowly, painstakingly, fragments of information began to surface. A hushed whisper in a darkened alley mentioned a woman matching Ilara's description being seen in the company of unfamiliar figures near the docks. Another spoke of a forced exchange, a woman being bundled into a carriage bearing a sigil Cale didn't recognize, heading towards the outer districts. Each tidbit of information, however vague, fueled his desperate hope and directed his search. He revisited the forgotten corners of the city where he and Elara had found their fragile sanctuary, questioning the inhabitants again, his voice raw with emotion. This time, a few hesitant recollections emerged. An old woman remembered seeing a group of rough-looking men lingering near Elara's building on the morning of her disappearance. A young boy recalled a muffled cry and the sound of a carriage rumbling away. These fragmented memories, though offering little concrete information, confirmed Cale's deepest fears. Elara had been taken against her will. His suspicion remained firmly fixed on Nightshade, the architect of his misery and the one who had made his veiled threats so clear. He sought out individuals within Nightshade's network, those he believed might possess knowledge of Elara's fate, even if they were too afraid to speak openly. He used his understanding of their motivations, their greed, their fear, their hidden resentments, to try and pry information from them. He encountered resistance, fear etched on their faces as they deflected his inquiries. Nightshade's power was absolute within their world, and crossing him meant certain death. But Cale's desperation was a potent weapon. He appealed to their sense of self-preservation, hinting at the potential consequences if Nightshade's actions went unchallenged. He reminded them that even in the darkest of hierarchies, resentment could fester and alliances could shift. One informant, a wiry man named Finnegan with perpetually nervous eyes, finally yielded a sliver of information, his voice barely above a whisper. He spoke of rumors circulating within Nightshade's inner circle, whispers of a bargain and a valuable asset being moved to a secure location outside the city walls, a place known only as the Serpent's Tooth, an abandoned mining complex notorious for its treacherous tunnels and its use as a clandestine holding place. The name sent a chill down Cale's spine. The Serpent's Tooth was a place of dark repute, a labyrinth of shadows and death. If Elara was being held there, she was in grave danger. Armed with this fragile lead, Cale knew he had to act quickly. He gathered what meager resources he possessed, his rusty blade his most trusted companion. He knew that infiltrating the Serpent's Tooth would be a perilous undertaking, a direct confrontation with Nightshade's power. But the thought of Elara, held captive in that ominous place, extinguished any flicker of fear. His promises had changed once more. The initial vow of a peaceful life with Elara had been shattered. The subsequent vow of vengeance against Nightshade now took on a new urgency, intertwined with a desperate promise to find her, to bring her back, no matter the cost to himself. He would face any danger, overcome any obstacle, navigate any treacherous path that led to Elara. The underworld, once a symbol of his despair, now became his hunting ground. He would use its shadows, its secrets, its inherent violence, to his advantage. The rusty blade, once stained with the blood of strangers under Nightshade's command, would now be wielded with a singular, unwavering purpose: to find and protect the woman who had shown him the possibility of light in the darkness. The search had begun, and Cale was a man possessed, driven by a love that refused to be extinguished by despair and a determination that knew no bounds. The Serpent's Tooth awaited, a dark and dangerous destination fueled by a desperate hope and a simmering rage. Chapter 10. Old Acquaintances. Cale encounters old acquaintances from the underworld, some offering help, others turning their backs out of fear of Nightshade. Cale's return to the grimy arteries of the underworld was a stark reminder of the fractured loyalties and pervasive fear that governed its inhabitants. His desperate quest for Elara led him down familiar paths, across shadowy thresholds where he had once moved with a grim obedience. Now he sought not to fulfill Nightshade's dark commands, but to unravel the mystery of Elara's disappearance, a pursuit that forced him to confront the ghosts of his past and the precarious alliances of the present. Among the faces he encountered were old acquaintances, individuals with whom he had shared the grim camaraderie of the blade and the shadows. Some, touched by a flicker of past connection or perhaps sensing the shift in the underworld's power dynamics, offered cautious assistance. Others, their eyes wide with fear at the mere mention of Nightshade's name, turned their backs, unwilling to risk his wrath. His first encounter was with Mara, a nimble-fingered thief he had occasionally partnered with on less savory assignments. He found her in the dimly lit back room of a notorious gambling den, her fingers deftly manipulating a deck of marked cards. Her initial reaction to seeing him was a flicker of surprise followed by a guarded suspicion. "Cale," she murmured, her gaze flicking towards the shadows as if expecting Nightshade to materialize. "Haven't seen you around. Thought you'd finally found a hole deep enough to crawl into." Cale's usual curtness was softened by a desperate plea. "Mara, I need your help. A woman. Ilara. She's been taken. I believe Nightshade is involved." Mara's eyes narrowed, her professional detachment momentarily cracking. "Ilara? The commoner? What's she to you, Cale?" He hesitated, the vulnerability of his feelings for Ilara something he had guarded fiercely. She is important to me. Nightshade, he knows this. I need information. Anything you've heard, anything you've seen." A flicker of something akin to sympathy crossed Mara's sharp features. She had witnessed firsthand the casual cruelty of Nightshade's reign. Nightshade's been twitchy lately, more secretive than usual. There's been talk of moving assets, securing loose ends. She paused, her gaze drifting towards a burly figure lurking near the entrance. "But Cale, you know the price of crossing him. If he finds out I'm helping you." Cale met her gaze, his own filled with a desperate resolve. "I understand the risk, Mara, but I have to try. If you hear anything at all, I can make it worth your while." He pressed a few coins into her hand, a meager offering but all he could spare. Mara's expression softened slightly. "I'll keep my ears open, Cale, for old time's sake. But be careful. Nightshade's got eyes everywhere." His next encounter was less promising. He sought out Finnegan, the nervous informant who had provided the crucial lead about the serpent's tooth. He found Finnegan huddled in a dark corner of a back alley, his eyes darting nervously. "Finnegan," Cale said, his voice low and urgent. "The serpent's tooth. What else do you know?" Finnegan recoiled as if struck. "Cale, you shouldn't be seen with me. Nightshade, he'll know." "Ilara is there," Cale pressed, ignoring Finnegan's fear. "Tell me everything." Finnegan's breath hitched. I told you everything I know. Please, just leave me alone. I can't get involved." His fear was palpable, a suffocating aura that underscored the iron grip Nightshade held over them all. Cale could see the terror in his eyes, the genuine belief that even speaking to him could have fatal consequences. He didn't press Finnegan further, recognizing the futility of it. The man was paralyzed by fear. He then sought out Silas, the hulking brute who had betrayed him during the assassination of Master Theron. He found Silas in a dimly lit tavern, his hand wrapped around a tankard of ale, his scarred face radiating a menacing indifference. "Well, look who crawled out of the gutter," Silas sneered, his eyes devoid of any recognition or remorse. "Thought we'd finished you off." Cale's hand instinctively went to his knife. "Where is she, Silas?" "Ilara." Silas laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Ilara? Never heard of her. Maybe Nightshade decided you needed a new plaything. Too bad she wasn't as compliant." Cale knew that Silas was likely lying, but he also knew that the brute wouldn't willingly offer any information, especially if it involved crossing Nightshade. A direct confrontation with Silas now would be a waste of time and energy, potentially alerting Nightshade to his movements. He swallowed his rage, knowing he had to prioritize finding Ilara. His most surprising encounter was with a former associate named Lyra, a skilled tracker who had a quiet understanding of the city's hidden pathways and secret routes. He found her tending to a small stall in a bustling marketplace, her keen eyes scanning the crowd. Lyra's initial reaction was one of cautious surprise, but when she saw the desperation in Cale's eyes, her expression softened. "Cale? What brings you back to the light?" she asked, her voice low so as not to attract attention. He quickly explained Ilara's disappearance and his suspicion of Nightshade. Lyra listened intently, her gaze unwavering. "Nightshade, he's been consolidating his power lately," she murmured. "There have been rumors of him acquiring something, or someone, of significant value." She paused, her eyes meeting Cale's with a newfound resolve. "You helped me once, Cale, when no one else would. I haven't forgotten that debt. Tell me what you need." Lyra's willingness to help was an unexpected lifeline. She offered her knowledge of the city's hidden passages and her network of contacts among those who operated outside of Nightshade's direct control. She spoke of a secretive network of informants who traded in whispers and rumors, individuals who might have caught wind of Ilara's abduction. With Lyra's assistance, Cale gained access to a different layer of the underworld, a more clandestine network that operated in the shadows beyond Nightshade's immediate reach. These were individuals driven by their own survival, their own agendas, and their fear of Nightshade, while still potent, was sometimes outweighed by the opportunity to gain leverage or settle old scores. Through Lyra's contacts, Cale began to piece together a more fragmented picture. There were whispers of a woman matching Ilara's description being transported out of the city under heavy guard. There were rumors of a transaction involving Nightshade and a shadowy group from beyond the city walls. The Serpent's Tooth was mentioned again, not just as a holding place, but as a potential rendezvous point. The encounters with his old acquaintances were a mixed bag. Some offered a glimmer of hope and a helping hand, their past connections outweighing their fear of Nightshade. Others, paralyzed by terror, turned their backs, unwilling to risk the tyrant's wrath. But each interaction provided Cale with another piece of the puzzle, another breadcrumb on the treacherous path to finding Ilara. The underworld, once a place of grim obedience, was now a landscape of desperate inquiries and fragile alliances, all fueled by Cale's unwavering determination to bring Ilara back from the darkness. The rusty blade remained at his side, a silent promise of the lengths he would go to for the woman who had shown him the possibility of light. Chapter 11. Clue from a Drunk. A drunken guard inadvertently reveals information about a deal and a hostage related to Nightshade, the location being an abandoned fortress. The fragmented whispers and cautious assistance from his old underworld acquaintances had provided Cale with a tenuous thread to follow in his desperate search for Ilara. The Serpent's Tooth loomed large in the rumors, a place of ominous repute, but the specifics of Ilara's connection to it remained shrouded in uncertainty. It was a chance encounter, a stroke of luck in the grim lottery of the underworld, that provided Cale with a more concrete lead, a drunken slip of the tongue from a low-ranking city guard that inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of the puzzle, a deal and a hostage linked to Nightshade, the location being an abandoned fortress nestled in the desolate outskirts of the city. Cale had been following a lead provided by one of Lyra's contacts, a nervous fence who claimed to have overheard hushed conversations among Nightshade's inner circle regarding a valuable package being moved under heavy guard. The fence, a man named Weasel, had been vague on the details, his fear of Nightshade outweighing his desire for Cale's meager coin. However, he had mentioned a contingent of city guards being unusually involved in the transport, their presence suggesting a level of secrecy and importance beyond Nightshade's usual clandestine operations. Driven by this sliver of information, Cale began to frequent the less reputable taverns frequented by off-duty city guards, hoping to glean more details. These were often boisterous and dangerous establishments, filled with men seeking solace in cheap ale and fleeting company, their tongues loosened by drink and their vigilance dulled by fatigue. Cale moved cautiously through these dens of iniquity, his senses alert, his gaze scanning the faces and listening for any stray words that might shed light on Ilara's fate. Days turned into nights, filled with the monotonous drone of drunken chatter and the clinking of tankards. Cale endured the stench of stale beer and unwashed bodies, the constant threat of brawls and unwanted attention, his hope dwindling with each passing hour. Just as despair began to creep in, a chance encounter in a particularly rowdy tavern yielded the crucial breakthrough he so desperately sought. A group of city guards, their uniforms rumpled and stained with ale, were celebrating a recent, successful assignment with excessive enthusiasm. One of them, a young, red-faced man who had clearly indulged too heavily in the tavern's potent brew, was boasting loudly to his companions, his words slurring with intoxication. And then, he hiccuped, slapping the table with a meaty hand, old Nightshade himself shows up, with the merchandise. His companions chuckled, urging him to continue. Merchandise? Brennus? What kind of merchandise needs a whole troop of us to escort? Brennus leaned in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a loud whisper. A pretty little bird, that's what. A hostage. For the deal. He tapped his nose knowingly, his eyes unfocused. Cale, who had been nursing a watered-down ale at a nearby table, froze. The words hostage and deal pierced through the drunken din, igniting a spark of frantic hope within him. He edged closer, his senses on high alert, trying to appear nonchalant while straining to hear every slurred syllable. Another guard, a grizzled veteran with a cynical air, scoffed. A hostage? What kind of deal needs a hostage, Brennus? And why involve city guards? Nightshade usually prefers his own shadows. Brennus swayed precariously, his brow furrowed in a drunken attempt at recollection. It was important. Big man stuff. Nightshade. He was meeting with the cloaks. The cloaks? The veteran guard repeated, his tone suddenly serious. You mean the Obsidian Hand? What business would Nightshade have with them? The Obsidian Hand. The name sent a shiver down Cale's spine. They were a notorious and secretive organization, rumored to operate beyond the petty squabbles of the city's underworld, their influence stretching into the higher echelons of power. Their dealings were shrouded in mystery, and their ruthlessness was legendary. If Nightshade was involved with them, the stakes were far higher than Cale had imagined. Brennus, oblivious to the sudden tension in the air, continued his drunken ramblings. Yeah, the cloaks. They met at the old fortress. You know, the one outside the north gate? The vipers. No, the wyverns. No, wait. The serpents something. The serpent's tooth? Cale interjected, his voice carefully neutral, trying not to betray the surge of hope and dread that coursed through him. Brennus blinked at him, his drunken gaze unfocused. Yeah, that's it. The serpent's tooth. That's where they met. Big deal, big money, and a pretty little hostage to seal the bargain. He let out a loud, drunken laugh. The veteran guard shot Cale a suspicious look, his eyes narrowed. Why are you so interested, stranger? Cale forced a casual shrug. Just curious. Heard that place was haunted. He quickly drained his ale and moved away, his mind racing. The drunken ramblings of Brennus, however unreliable they might be in their inebriated context, provided Cale with a crucial piece of information. A deal. A hostage. Nightshade meeting with the Obsidian Hand. And the location, an abandoned fortress, likely the Serpent's Tooth. The pieces began to fall into place, painting a grim picture. Nightshade hadn't just taken Ilara out of spite. She was a pawn in a larger, more dangerous game, a hostage to ensure a deal with the Obsidian Hand. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through Cale, but it also solidified his purpose. He now had a location, a potential reason for Ilara's abduction, and a formidable enemy to confront. The abandoned fortress outside the North Gate, the Serpent's Tooth, became his immediate destination. He knew it would be heavily guarded, a viper's nest of danger. Nightshade, dealing with the obsidian hand, would undoubtedly have secured the location. But the image of Ilara, held captive by these ruthless individuals, fueled Cale's determination. He would face any danger, overcome any obstacle, to reach her. The drunken words of a careless guard had inadvertently illuminated a dark corner of Nightshade's operations, providing Cale with a fragile beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. The Serpent's Tooth awaited, no longer just a name whispered in rumors, but a tangible destination in his desperate search. The rusty blade at his side felt heavier now, imbued with a renewed sense of purpose. It was no longer just about survival or vengeance against Nightshade. It was about rescuing Ilara from a far more sinister threat. The deal was struck in the shadows, and Cale was determined to break it, even if it cost him everything. Chapter 12. The Abandoned Fortress. Cale infiltrates the ominous fortress, a place harboring countless dangers and potentially holding Ilara captive. The Serpent's Tooth. The very name conjured images of decay, danger, and the cold embrace of death. Perched atop a craggy outcrop overlooking a desolate stretch of barren land beyond the city's north gate, the abandoned fortress stood as an ominous sentinel against the twilight sky. Its crumbling ramparts, jagged towers silhouetted against the fading light, and gaping arrow slits whispered tales of forgotten battles and long-held secrets. This was the place where the drunken guard's slurred words had pointed, the potential cage holding Ilara captive, and the likely meeting ground for Nightshade and the shadowy obsidian hand. For Cale, it was the focal point of his desperate hope and the ultimate test of his skills and resolve. The fortress was not truly abandoned. Even from a distance, Cale could discern signs of recent activity. Flickering torchlight within the decaying structures, the glint of metal suggesting armed guards patrolling the perimeter. The air itself seemed thick with a sense of foreboding, a palpable aura of danger that warned against intrusion. Cale approached cautiously under the cloak of night, utilizing the skills in stealth and infiltration he had honed in the treacherous alleys of the underworld. The desolate landscape surrounding the fortress offered little natural cover, forcing him to rely on the shadows cast by the crumbling walls and the sparse, gnarled vegetation clinging to the rocky terrain. Every rustle of wind, every screech of a nocturnal bird, sent a jolt of adrenaline through him, his senses hyper-alert for any sign of detection. The outer walls, though dilapidated, were still formidable. Years of neglect had created cracks and weaknesses in the stonework, but they were likely patrolled. Cale circled the perimeter, his eyes scanning for the least defended point, a place where the shadows were deepest and the guards least vigilant. He found a section where a portion of the wall had collapsed, creating a precarious slope of loose rubble. It was a risky ascent, but it offered the only viable entry point that wasn't directly guarded. With painstaking care, Cale began his climb, his movements slow and deliberate, each handhold tested before bearing his weight. The loose stones shifted beneath his grip, threatening to send him tumbling down. The wind howled through the broken battlements, a mournful dirge that seemed to echo the danger within. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he reached the top, pulling himself over the jagged edge and onto the relative safety of the inner grounds. The interior of the fortress was a labyrinth of crumbling structures, dark corridors, and hidden chambers. The air was heavy with the smell of damp stone, mildew, and something else. Something metallic and faintly acrid that hinted at recent activity, perhaps even bloodshed. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the creaking of decaying timbers and the distant echo of footsteps, a constant reminder that he was not alone. Cale moved like a phantom through the ruins, his rusty knife held ready, his senses straining to detect any sign of Elara or her captors. He relied on the layout he had mentally reconstructed from the drunken guard's fragmented description and his own instincts, navigating the treacherous maze of shadows and decay. The fortress was a death trap in itself, riddled with hidden pitfalls, collapsing floors, and the remnants of ancient defenses. Cale had to watch every step, his familiarity with navigating dangerous environments his only guide. He encountered signs of recent habitation, discarded torches, hastily eaten meals, the rough voices of guards echoing from unseen locations. He moved deeper into the fortress's heart, drawn by a faint light flickering in the distance. He approached cautiously, his back pressed against the cold stone walls, peering around crumbling archways. The light emanated from a large chamber, its entrance guarded by two heavily armed figures clad in dark leather armor, their faces grim and impassive. They bore the unmistakable insignia of Nightshade's inner circle. Cale knew he couldn't confront them directly. He needed to find another way in, a hidden passage or a vulnerable flank. He retreated into the shadows, his mind racing, searching for an alternative route. He discovered a narrow, overgrown passage leading away from the main chamber, likely a forgotten service tunnel. It was dark and claustrophobic, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay, but it offered a potential way to bypass the guards. Cale moved silently through the tunnel, his hand trailing along the rough stone walls. The passage twisted and turned, descending deeper into the fortress's bowels. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of his own eyes adjusting to the gloom. The silence was broken only by the skittering of unseen creatures and his own shallow breaths. The tunnel eventually opened into a smaller chamber, its air heavy with the metallic tang he had noticed earlier. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting long, dancing shadows that obscured the details of the room. Cale moved cautiously, his senses on high alert. In the center of the chamber, he saw them. Nightshade stood facing two figures cloaked in dark, obsidian-colored robes, the unmistakable attire of the Obsidian Hand. Their faces were hidden in shadow, their presence radiating an aura of cold, calculating power. Between them, bound and gagged, sat Elara. The sight of her, pale and vulnerable in the flickering torchlight, sent a jolt of fear and rage through Cale. She was alive, but her eyes, wide with terror, confirmed his deepest fears. She was a captive in a viper's nest. Nightshade was speaking, his voice low and smooth, undoubtedly negotiating the deal the drunken guard had mentioned. Cale couldn't make out the specifics of the conversation, but the tense atmosphere and the predatory aura of the Obsidian Hand figures spoke volumes. Cale knew he had to act quickly. Elara was in grave danger, caught in the middle of a transaction with forces far more sinister than Nightshade himself. A direct assault on the chamber would be suicide. He needed a plan, a way to reach Elara without alerting Nightshade and the Obsidian Hand. He scanned the chamber, his eyes searching for any advantage. There were several dark alcoves, remnants of the fortress's ancient structure, that offered potential hiding places. A crumbling pillar near Elara could provide cover. The ominous fortress, a place of forgotten battles and lurking dangers, had become the stage for Cale's desperate gamble. He had infiltrated its treacherous depths, navigated its deadly secrets, and now stood on the precipice of a confrontation that could determine Elara's fate and his own. The rusty blade in his hand was his only ally against overwhelming odds, fueled by a love that refused to yield to despair and a determination that knew no bounds. The shadows of the abandoned fortress held countless dangers, but Cale was ready to face them all for the woman he loved. Chapter 13. The First Confrontation. Cale clashes with Nightshade's henchmen within the fortress, forced to fight to survive and advance deeper. The sight of Elara, bound and vulnerable in the clutches of Nightshade and the ominous presence of the Obsidian Hand, ignited a primal fury within Cale. A direct assault on the chamber where the deal was transpiring was suicide, but inaction was an unbearable torment. He needed to create a diversion, to draw Nightshade's attention and his forces away from Alara, even if it meant revealing his presence and risking his own life. The shadows of the abandoned fortress, which had offered him a path to infiltration, now became his potential battleground. Cale retreated silently from the small chamber, his mind racing to formulate a plan. He needed to create chaos, to sow confusion among Nightshade's henchmen, to buy himself time to reach Alara. The fortress itself, with its crumbling structure and hidden passages, offered potential advantages if he could exploit them effectively. His first move was to alert the outer guards. He found a secluded section of the ramparts overlooking the desolate landscape and, taking a deep breath, let out a series of sharp, piercing whistles, the call of a night bird he knew the guards would recognize as an unnatural sound. He then melted back into the shadows, waiting for the inevitable reaction. Within moments, shouts echoed from below as the guards scrambled to investigate the perceived intrusion. Cale used the ensuing confusion to his advantage, moving swiftly and silently through the darkened corridors, heading deeper into the fortress. He knew that Nightshade's inner circle, the ones guarding the chamber with Alara, would likely remain focused on the deal with the Obsidian Hand, at least initially. His goal was to create enough of a disturbance to draw them away or to find another route to Alara. He encountered his first opposition near a crumbling stairwell. Two of Nightshade's enforcers, their faces grim and their weapons drawn. They had likely been sent to investigate the commotion. Cale knew that stealth was no longer an option. He had been compromised. His only choice was to fight, to cut through them and continue his advance. The first henchman, a burly man wielding a heavy mace, charged at Cale with a guttural roar. Cale moved with a speed that belied his earlier caution, sidestepping the clumsy attack and driving his rusty knife deep into the man's side. The enforcer gasped, his eyes widening in surprise and pain before he collapsed to the stone floor. The second guard, armed with a short sword, reacted quickly, lunging at Cale with a swift thrust. Cale parried the attack with his own blade, the rough metal grating against each other. The fight was brutal and close quarters, the confined space of the corridor amplifying the sounds of their struggle, the clang of steel, the grunts of exertion, their ragged breaths. Cale, though outmatched in terms of weaponry, relied on his agility and his desperation. He dodged and weaved, using the crumbling walls for leverage, his movements unpredictable and vicious. He aimed for vital points, his rusty knife a surprisingly effective weapon in the tight confines. He managed to disarm the second guard with a swift kick to the wrist, following up with a brutal strike to the throat that silenced him instantly. The clash had been noisy, and Cale knew it would have alerted others. He had to move faster. He pressed deeper into the fortress, following the sounds of approaching footsteps. He encountered more of Nightshade's henchmen, a pair patrolling a dimly lit hallway, another guarding a heavy wooden door. Each encounter was a brutal dance of survival, a desperate fight where one wrong move could mean his end. He used the environment to his advantage, triggering a partial collapse of a weakened section of the corridor to momentarily block his pursuers. He utilized the shadows to ambush unsuspecting guards, his attacks swift and lethal. He was no longer just an assassin. He was a force of nature, driven by a singular, all-consuming purpose. With each fallen enemy, Cale felt a grim satisfaction, but also a growing sense of urgency. He was buying time, but he didn't know how much he had. Nightshade, alerted to the intrusion, would undoubtedly be securing Alara and preparing for a confrontation. He finally reached a heavy wooden door, likely leading to the chamber where he had seen Alara. It was guarded by two more of Nightshade's inner circle, their expressions cold and alert. They were better armed and more disciplined than the outer guards. "Stop!" one of them barked, his sword raised. "Nightshade has ordered no one to enter." Cale's response was a guttural snarl and a desperate lunge. He knew that words were useless. This was a fight for Ilara's life. The clash was fiercer than the previous ones, the guards skilled and relentless. Cale was forced to rely on every ounce of his training, every brutal lesson learned in the underworld. He used the narrow doorway to his advantage, preventing them from attacking him simultaneously. He parried their blows, his rusty knife deflecting their more sophisticated weaponry. The air was thick with the smell of steel and sweat, their ragged breaths mingling in the confined space. He managed to disarm one of the guards, using the opportunity to slam him against the stone wall, rendering him unconscious. The remaining guard fought with a desperate ferocity, knowing that failure would mean Nightshade's wrath. But Cale's determination was absolute. He pressed his attack, his movements fueled by adrenaline and the image of Ilara's terrified face. Finally, with a brutal thrust, he ended the guard's life. The heavy wooden door now stood unguarded. Cale hesitated for only a moment, catching his breath, his body aching, his rusty knife stained with the blood of Nightshade's henchmen. He knew that the true confrontation, the one with Nightshade and the obsidian hand, awaited him on the other side. But he had fought his way through the first line of defense, driven by his love for Ilara and his unwavering resolve. He was deeper inside the ominous fortress, closer to his goal, but the dangers ahead were undoubtedly far greater. The first confrontation had been a brutal test of his survival skills, a bloody path he had been forced to carve towards the woman he loved. The sounds of the ongoing chaos he had unleashed echoed behind him, a grim testament to his desperate advance. Chapter 14. Traps Laid Bare. Cale discovers deadly traps set within the fortress, indicating that Nightshade anticipated his actions. The bloody path Cale had carved through Nightshade's henchmen within the ominous fortress was a testament to his desperate resolve. However, the deeper he ventured into the decaying structure, the more apparent it became that his intrusion was not entirely unexpected. Deadly traps, both crude and cunningly devised, lay hidden within the shadows, stark indicators that Nightshade had anticipated a potential breach and had prepared a lethal welcome. The realization sent a chill deeper than the fortress's damp stone through Cale's veins, underscoring the cunning and ruthlessness of the man he was facing. The first indication that he was walking into a prepared gauntlet came shortly after he breached the heavy wooden door. The chamber beyond was dimly lit by a few strategically placed torches, casting long, dancing shadows that obscured potential dangers. As Cale moved cautiously forward, his foot brushed against a nearly invisible tripwire stretched taut across the floor. A hair's breadth more pressure, and a volley of crudely fashioned crossbow bolts would have been unleashed from hidden apertures in the walls. He recognized the mechanism, a simple yet effective trap designed to deter intruders. The discovery jolted him into a state of heightened awareness. He moved with even greater caution, his eyes constantly scanning the floor, the walls, and the ceiling for any telltale signs of other traps. The fortress, already a hazardous environment due to its state of disrepair, was now a minefield of deadly surprises. Further into the fortress, in a narrow corridor choked with dust and debris, he noticed a series of small, circular indentations in the stone floor, almost hidden beneath a layer of loose rubble. His instincts screamed danger. He cautiously dislodged a small stone and tossed it onto one of the indentations. A sharp click echoed through the corridor, followed by the sickening whir of a concealed blade swinging down from the ceiling. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the air where his head would have been moments before. It was a brutal and efficient killing mechanism, designed to be triggered by unsuspecting footsteps. These weren't the haphazard remnants of ancient defenses. They were deliberately set, recently maintained. Someone had taken the time to prepare these traps, anticipating that someone, likely him, would attempt to infiltrate the fortress. The realization that Nightshade had foreseen his actions was a chilling testament to his opponent's strategic mind. The traps became more elaborate as Cale advanced deeper. In a large, decaying hall, the floor appeared deceptively solid, but Cale noticed subtle variations in the color and texture of the stone tiles. He tested the ground carefully with the tip of his rusty knife, revealing several pressure-sensitive tiles that would likely trigger a collapse of the weakened floor beneath, plunging anyone caught unaware into a dark and potentially fatal abyss. He even encountered traps designed to incapacitate rather than kill outright. In a dimly lit alcove, he spotted a cluster of small, clay vials hanging precariously from the ceiling. A tripwire, almost invisible in the gloom, ran across the entrance. He recognized the pungent, sickly sweet odor emanating from the vials, a potent paralytic poison that would render anyone exposed helpless. Each trap he discovered underscored the fact that Nightshade was not just relying on his guards to deter intruders. He had meticulously prepared the fortress, turning it into a lethal maze. This suggested that Nightshade considered the possibility of Cale reaching this point, that he understood Cale's determination and his potential skills. It was a disturbing thought, implying that Nightshade might be playing a deeper game than Cale initially understood. The presence of these traps forced Cale to slow his pace, his every step measured and deliberate. The urgency to reach Alara was now tempered by the need for extreme caution. He had to become a meticulous observer, his senses constantly scanning for the slightest anomaly, the faintest telltale sign of a hidden danger. The rusty blade became not just a weapon but also a tool for probing and testing his surroundings. The traps also served as a grim reminder of the value Nightshade placed on Alara. If he had gone to such lengths to secure the fortress, she must be an incredibly important asset in his dealings with the Obsidian Hand. This realization amplified Cale's fear for her safety, knowing that she was caught in the middle of a dangerous game with ruthless players. Navigating the trapped fortress was a grueling test of Cale's nerves and his underworld survival skills. He had to think like a predator and a prey simultaneously, anticipating the movements of his unseen enemy while avoiding their deadly snares. The silence of the abandoned fortress was now punctuated by the constant tension of potential danger lurking around every corner. The discovery of these traps also sowed a deeper seed of suspicion in Cale's mind. How much had Nightshade anticipated? Did he know Cale was coming specifically to rescue Alara? Was the fortress a trap not just for intruders, but for him specifically? The thought was unsettling, suggesting that he might be walking into a far more elaborate and dangerous scheme than he had imagined. Despite the increased peril, Cale pressed on. The image of Alara's terrified face, the burning need to rescue her, outweighed the fear of the traps. He would navigate this lethal maze, disarm every snare, and overcome every obstacle that stood between him and the woman he loved. The traps laid bare Nightshade's foresight and his deadly intent, but they also fueled Cale's determination. He would not be deterred. The ominous fortress had become a battleground not just against guards, but against a cunning and prepared enemy who had turned the very stones into weapons. Cale, the hunted, was learning to become the ultimate trap disarmer, his every step a calculated risk in the heart of the Viper's nest. Chapter 15. Secrets Unveiled. Cale finds a hidden room containing documents and evidence revealing the truth about the deal and Alara's role in it. The treacherous gauntlet of traps within the ominous fortress served as a stark testament to Nightshade's cunning and the perilous nature of Cale's rescue mission. Having navigated the lethal snares with a combination of caution and grim determination, Cale pressed deeper into the fortress's decaying heart, driven by the unwavering hope of finding Alara. It was during this relentless search that he stumbled upon a hidden room, concealed behind a crumbling section of wall, a clandestine space that held documents and evidence that would begin to unveil the truth behind the deal and Alara's unexpected and potentially devastating role within it. The discovery was accidental, born out of Cale's meticulous examination of the fortress's structure. He noticed a section of wall in a dimly lit chamber that seemed out of place, the stonework slightly different, the mortar newer than the surrounding decay. Driven by a hunch, he tested the stones, finding one that yielded slightly under pressure. With careful manipulation, he managed to dislodge it, revealing a narrow opening leading into darkness. Slipping through the concealed entrance, Cale found himself in a small, dusty room that had clearly been deliberately hidden. Unlike the rest of the fortress, this chamber was relatively untouched by the ravages of time, suggesting it had been used and maintained more recently. A single oil lamp flickered on a rough-hewn table, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls lined with shelves and a sturdy wooden chest. The air in the room was thick with the smell of old parchment and dried ink. Cale's eyes scanned the contents of the shelves, revealing stacks of bound ledgers, rolled-up maps, and sealed documents bearing unfamiliar sigils. He approached the table cautiously, his gaze drawn to several loose papers scattered across its surface. These documents, written in a precise and formal script, detailed a series of transactions and agreements between Nightshade and the Obsidian Hand. The deal mentioned by the drunken guard began to take shape, revealing a complex exchange involving valuable artifacts, strategic territories within the city, and significant sums of coin. The Obsidian Hand, it seemed, was leveraging Nightshade's control over certain aspects of the underworld for their own shadowy purposes. As Cale delved deeper into the documents, his blood ran cold. Ilara's name appeared, not as a mere hostage to ensure the deal, but as an integral part of the exchange. The documents referred to her as a key and a necessary component for the completion of the agreement. The language was cryptic, alluding to a unique connection or ability that Ilara possessed, something that made her invaluable to the Obsidian Hand. One particularly disturbing document, bearing the seal of the Obsidian Hand, spoke of Ilara's lineage, hinting at a hidden heritage that Cale had never suspected. It suggested that she was descended from an ancient bloodline with ties to a long-forgotten power, a power that the Obsidian Hand sought to exploit for their own ends. The document implied that Nightshade had been aware of Ilara's significance all along, that their meeting had not been a chance encounter. Another set of papers detailed Nightshade's initial acquisition of Ilara, revealing a network of informants and a carefully orchestrated plan to locate and secure her. It painted a sinister picture of Nightshade, not as a mere opportunist, but as someone actively working in concert with the Obsidian Hand, using Cale's grief and desire for vengeance as a convenient tool to bring him into their fold and potentially closer to Ilara. The implications were staggering. Had Nightshade's promises of revenge been nothing more than a calculated manipulation to position Cale within their larger scheme? Was Ilara's presence in his life not a chance encounter, but a deliberate act orchestrated by forces far beyond his comprehension? The fragile hope he had nurtured in her presence began to crumble under the weight of these revelations. Further searching of the hidden room revealed a sturdy wooden chest. Forced open with the tip of his rusty knife, it contained a collection of artifacts, ancient-looking amulets, intricately carved boxes, and scrolls written in a language Cale did not recognize. Among these items, he found a small, unassuming wooden locket. It was intricately carved with symbols that matched some of those mentioned in the documents related to Ilara's lineage. Opening the locket, Cale found a miniature portrait of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ilara, dressed in what appeared to be the attire of nobility. The discovery sent a wave of confusion and disbelief through him. Who was Ilara truly? What was her connection to this hidden history? The evidence in the hidden room painted a far more complex and dangerous picture than Cale had ever imagined. Ilara was not just a common woman caught in the crossfire of underworld dealings. She was a significant player, a key piece in a dangerous game involving powerful and secretive organizations. Her compassion and apparent vulnerability might have been a carefully constructed facade, or perhaps she herself was unaware of her true significance. The truth, as it began to unfold, was both terrifying and heartbreaking. Had his connection with Ilara been genuine, or had it been orchestrated from the beginning? Had her kindness been a genuine expression of her nature, or a subtle manipulation within a larger scheme. The suspicion that had gnawed at him since her disappearance now intensified, casting a dark shadow over the precious memories he held of her. The documents and artifacts in the hidden room had unveiled secrets that shattered Cale's understanding of his situation and Alara's role in it. The rescue mission had just become infinitely more complex and dangerous. He was no longer just fighting to save a woman he loved from a ruthless underworld figure. He was now entangled in a web of ancient secrets and powerful enemies, where the truth about Alara was as dangerous and elusive as the shadows that concealed them. The rusty blade felt heavier in his hand, the weight of the unknown adding to the burden of his desperate quest. The secrets unveiled in the hidden room had changed everything. Chapter 16. The Painful Truth. Cale discovers that Alara is not just a hostage but also has a secret and dangerous connection to Nightshade or his enemies. The secrets unearthed in the hidden room of the ominous fortress struck Cale like a physical blow, shattering the fragile foundation of hope and trust he had built around Alara. The documents and artifacts painted a grim and intricate picture, revealing that Alara was far more than just a common woman caught in the crossfire. The painful truth that began to crystallize was that she possessed a secret and dangerous connection, not only to the powerful obsidian hand but also, potentially, to Nightshade himself or his shadowy adversaries. The depth of this deception plunged Cale into a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, disbelief, confusion, and a heart-wrenching sense of betrayal that threatened to shatter his resolve. The revelation of Alara's lineage, her connection to an ancient bloodline sought by the obsidian hand, was the first devastating blow. The miniature portrait in the locket, depicting her in noble attire, stood in stark contrast to the humble woman he had come to know and love in the squalor of the Forgotten District. It suggested a hidden past, a life shrouded in secrecy that she had never revealed. Had their meeting been a carefully staged event, orchestrated by forces manipulating them both? The thought was a venomous barb twisting in his gut. The documents detailing Nightshade's deliberate acquisition of Alara further deepened the sense of betrayal. He had not stumbled upon her by chance. He had been led to her, manipulated into forming a connection. The promises of revenge, the path into the underworld. Had it all been a carefully constructed lie to bring him closer to Alara, to serve some unknown purpose in their intricate game? The trust he had reluctantly placed in Nightshade, fueled by his grief and desperation, now seemed like a colossal act of folly. The most unsettling aspect of the unveiled truth was the ambiguity surrounding Alara's own knowledge and complicity. Was she aware of her hidden heritage, her significance to the obsidian hand? Was her compassion and apparent vulnerability a genuine expression of her nature, or a carefully crafted facade to serve a larger, more sinister agenda? The warmth of her smile, the sincerity in her eyes, were they real, or merely a mask concealing a deeper, more dangerous truth? Cale wrestled with these agonizing questions, the memories of their time together now tainted by the shadow of these revelations. Every shared moment, every whispered confidence, every tender touch was now viewed through a lens of suspicion and doubt. Had her kindness been a genuine connection, or a calculated move in a game he didn't even understand? The thought was a dagger twisting in his heart, threatening to sever the fragile bond they had forged. The possibility that Alara had a secret and dangerous connection to Nightshade himself was particularly chilling. The documents hinted at a prior association, a shared history or a mutual understanding that went far beyond a chance encounter. Had Nightshade orchestrated their meeting, knowing that Cale's growing affection for Alara would make him a more pliable tool? Was Alara a willing participant in his schemes, her compassion a carefully constructed deception? The thought was almost unbearable, a betrayal that would cut deeper than any blade. Alternatively, the documents also suggested that Alara's secret lineage might have made her a target for Nightshade's enemies, the Obsidian Hand. Perhaps Nightshade had taken her not as a willing accomplice, but as a means to an end in his dealings with them. This possibility, while less personally devastating, still placed Elara in grave danger, a pawn in a high-stakes game played by ruthless individuals. The painful truth was that Cale no longer knew who Elara truly was or what her role in this intricate web of deceit might be. The woman he had come to love, the beacon of hope in his dark existence, was now an enigma, her past shrouded in secrets and her present entangled with dangerous forces he barely understood. The rescue mission had taken on a new and far more complex dimension. He was no longer just fighting to save a woman he loved from a known enemy. He was now venturing into a world of hidden identities, ancient bloodlines, and treacherous alliances, where the lines of trust were blurred and the truth was a dangerous and elusive commodity. The weight of these revelations pressed down on Cale, threatening to crush his resolve. The betrayal, whether intentional on Elara's part or a consequence of forces beyond her control, was a profound wound. The hope of a normal future by her side now seemed like a distant, unattainable dream, shattered by the harsh light of reality. Yet, amidst the turmoil of his emotions, a flicker of his original determination remained. Regardless of the truth about Elara's past or her connections, she was still the woman who had shown him kindness and compassion in his darkest hour. He still felt a fierce protectiveness towards her, a refusal to abandon her to the clutches of Nightshade or the sinister Obsidian Hand. The painful truth had complicated his mission, but it had not extinguished his resolve. He would still fight to reach her, to uncover the full extent of the secrets surrounding her, and to determine her true role in this dangerous game. The rusty blade, now stained with the blood of those who sought to keep them apart, remained his constant companion, a symbol of his unwavering determination to face any truth, no matter how painful, to save the woman who had once offered him a glimmer of hope. The game had changed, the stakes had been raised, and Cale was now navigating a treacherous landscape where love and betrayal were intertwined, and the truth itself was the most dangerous weapon of all. Chapter 17. Internal Conflict. Cale must confront the painful truth about Elara. His trust is shaken, and difficult decisions must be made. The revelations within the hidden room of the ominous fortress had plunged Cale into a maelstrom of internal conflict. The painful truth about Elara's hidden lineage and her potential connections to both Nightshade and the sinister Obsidian Hand had shattered the fragile trust he had begun to build, leaving him adrift in a sea of doubt and suspicion. He was forced to confront the possibility that the woman he loved was not who he thought she was, and that their connection might have been built on a foundation of secrets and manipulation. The weight of this realization pressed down on him, demanding difficult decisions with potentially devastating consequences. The most immediate and agonizing conflict raged within his heart. The memories of Elara's kindness, her gentle touch, her unwavering belief in him. Were they genuine expressions of her soul, or carefully crafted illusions to serve a hidden agenda? The warmth of her smile now felt tainted by the possibility of deceit, her comforting words echoing with a potential undercurrent of manipulation. He replayed their shared moments in his mind, searching for subtle clues he might have missed, inconsistencies that now seemed glaring in the harsh light of the revealed truth. The image of her tending to his wounds, the shared dreams of a peaceful future. Were they born of genuine affection, or part of a larger, more sinister game? The thought was a torment, tearing at the fragile bond he had cherished. He longed to believe in the woman he had come to love, but the evidence in the hidden room cast a long and unsettling shadow over those precious memories. His trust, already fractured by the betrayals of the underworld, was now further eroded. He had cautiously begun to open his heart to Elara, finding in her a beacon of hope in the darkness. Now, that beacon flickered precariously, threatened by the winds of suspicion and doubt. Could he truly trust her? Could he believe in the sincerity of her compassion? The uncertainty was a constant ache, a gnawing fear that the one person who had offered him solace might be entangled in the very forces he was fighting against. This internal conflict was not merely an emotional torment, It demanded difficult and potentially life-altering decisions. His primary goal had been to rescue Elara, driven by love and a fierce protectiveness. But the revelations in the hidden room complicated this mission immeasurably. If Elara was indeed a key player in the deal between Nightshade and the Obsidian Hand, his intervention might inadvertently disrupt a delicate and dangerous balance, potentially putting her in even greater peril. He had to consider the possibility that Elara's captivity was not entirely against her will. The documents hinted at a potential alliance or understanding with Nightshade, or at least a knowledge of her own significance. If she was a willing participant in this intricate game, his rescue attempt could be a disastrous miscalculation, placing him directly in opposition to powerful and ruthless enemies. The decision of whether to trust Elara was paramount. If he acted based on his lingering affection and the hope of her innocence, he risked walking blindly into a trap. If he allowed suspicion and doubt to guide his actions, he risked betraying the woman he loved and potentially condemning her to a fate she might not deserve. He also had to decide how to proceed with his rescue mission. The direct approach he had initially envisioned, fueled by rage and desperation, now seemed reckless and ill-informed. He needed more information, a clearer understanding of Elara's true role and the intricacies of the deal. Rushing in blindly could have catastrophic consequences, not only for himself but for Elara as well. The alliance he had forged with Lyra offered a potential path to gaining more information. Her connections within the deeper layers of the underworld might provide insights into the Obsidian Hand and their dealings with Nightshade, potentially shedding light on Elara's significance. However, trusting anyone in this treacherous world was a gamble, and the revelations about Elara had amplified his inherent suspicion. He also had to consider the artifacts found in the hidden room, particularly the locket and the documents related to Elara's lineage. These items suggested a history and a power that Kale did not understand. Could these artifacts hold clues to Elara's true nature and her role in the deal? Should he attempt to use them to his advantage, or were they too dangerous to meddle with? The internal conflict was a paralyzing force, threatening to undermine Kale's resolve. He was torn between the love he felt for Elara and the gnawing suspicion that she might not be the woman he believed her to be. He was caught between the desperate urgency to rescue her and the cautious need to understand the full scope of the danger he was facing. He spent what felt like an eternity in the hidden room, poring over the documents and examining the artifacts, desperately seeking clarity in the confusing web of secrets and lies. The flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows on the walls, mirroring the turmoil within his own soul. Finally, a grim resolve began to solidify within him. Regardless of the truth about Elara's past or her connections, he could not abandon her. The kindness she had shown him, the hope she had ignited, still held a powerful sway over his heart. He would proceed with caution, seeking more information and preparing for any eventuality, but his ultimate goal remained the same: to reach Elara and uncover the truth, whatever it might be. The difficult decisions weighed heavily on him. He knew that his next steps could determine not only Elara's fate but his own. He would have to navigate a treacherous landscape of deceit and danger, guided by a shaken trust and a desperate hope for a truth that might be more painful than any lie. The rusty blade remained his only constant companion, a symbol of his unwavering determination to confront the darkness, even if that darkness resided within the heart of the woman he loved. The internal conflict was a brutal battle, but the need to know the truth and the lingering hope for Elara's innocence ultimately propelled him forward. Chapter 18. Unexpected Alliance. Kale is forced to cooperate with an old enemy to gain more information and strength against Nightshade. The weight of the painful truths unearthed in the hidden room pressed heavily upon Kale, forcing him to confront the complex and dangerous reality of Elara's situation. The realization that he was navigating a world of ancient secrets and powerful enemies, where the lines of trust were blurred and Elara's true role remained shrouded in mystery, demanded a shift in his approach. The direct, rage-fueled assault he had initially envisioned was no longer a viable option. He needed information, allies, and a strength that surpassed his own. It was this desperate need that led him down a treacherous path, forcing him into an unexpected and uneasy alliance with a figure from his past, an old enemy whose motivations were as murky as the fortress shadows, but whose knowledge and resources might be the only way to unravel the intricate web surrounding Elara and Nightshade. The individual Cale sought out was Cashin, a cunning and ruthless information broker who had once been a rival within Nightshade's network. Their past encounters had been marked by mutual suspicion and occasional outright hostility, each vying for influence and resources within the cutthroat hierarchy. Cashin possessed a vast network of informants that stretched into the deepest corners of the underworld and even touched upon the fringes of more influential circles. He was a survivor, driven by self-interest and a keen understanding of the shifting tides of power. Finding Cashin was a task in itself. As the broker operated in the shadows, his whereabouts rarely known for long. Cale eventually tracked him down to a clandestine gambling den in the less reputable Docks district, a place where secrets were traded as readily as coin. Cashin was seated at a high-stakes table, his sharp eyes scanning the room, a perpetual air of caution surrounding him. Cale approached cautiously, his hand never far from his rusty knife. Cashin's gaze flickered towards him, a flicker of surprise quickly masked by a shrewd appraisal. "Cale," Cashin murmured, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Well, this is a surprise. I thought you'd finally met your end in one of Nightshade's little games." "I need your help, Cashin," Cale said, his voice low and urgent, cutting straight to the chase. Cashin raised a sardonic eyebrow. "My help? And what could you possibly offer that would outweigh the unpleasantness of our past interactions?" "Information," Cale countered. "Information that concerns Nightshade and the Obsidian Hand." Cashin's attention sharpened. The mention of the Obsidian Hand, a name whispered with fear even in the darkest corners of the underworld, clearly piqued his interest. He gestured for Cale to sit. Cale laid out the fragmented pieces of the puzzle he had uncovered: Elara's disappearance, the deal with the Obsidian Hand, the secrets revealed in the hidden room. He spoke of Elara's potential significance and his desperate need to understand her role and ensure her safety. Cashin listened intently, his sharp mind piecing together the implications. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze never leaving Cale's. "This is intriguing," Cashin admitted. "Nightshade dabbling with the Obsidian Hand. That's a dangerous game, even for him. And this woman, she's the key, you say?" "I believe so," Cale replied. "I need to know more about the Obsidian Hand, about their dealings with Nightshade, and about Elara's connection to them. You have the contacts, Cashin. You hear things." Cashin leaned back in his chair, a calculating glint in his eyes. "Indeed I do. But information comes at a price, Cale. A steep one, especially when it involves entities like the Obsidian Hand." Cale knew this wouldn't be easy. "What do you want?" Cashin's lips curled into a thin smile. Nightshade has been expanding his territory lately, stepping on toes. He's become complacent, arrogant. I want leverage. Information that can be used against him, something that can level the playing field. The request was dangerous, but Cale saw the necessity. He couldn't take on Nightshade and the Obsidian Hand alone, especially with his understanding of the situation so limited. "I can get you that information," Cale said, his voice grim. "But you have to help me find Elara. And you have to give me everything you know about the Obsidian Hand." A tense negotiation ensued, a dance of distrust and mutual need. Cashin, ever the pragmatist, extracted promises from Cale, assurances of valuable intelligence and potential future favors. Cale, driven by his desperation to find Elara, agreed to the uneasy terms, knowing that this alliance was a gamble, a pact with a former enemy born out of necessity. Cassian revealed what he knew of the Obsidian Hand, their reputation for secrecy, their vast influence, their ruthless methods. He spoke of their ancient origins and their rumored pursuit of arcane knowledge and power. He confirmed that they rarely dealt directly with the underworld, making their alliance with Nightshade particularly significant and unsettling. He also offered some fragmented information about Ilara, gleaned from his network. Whispers of a woman with unusual lineage, sought after by powerful factions. Rumors of a hidden power or a unique ability she possessed. These tidbits, while not providing a clear picture, corroborated the information Cale had found in the hidden room, further solidifying the importance of uncovering the full truth. With Cassian's reluctant assistance, Cale gained access to a new layer of information, a deeper understanding of the forces at play. Cassian's contacts, operating in circles Cale had never penetrated, began to provide more detailed accounts of the deal and the Obsidian Hand's interest in Ilara. They spoke of a ritual, an ancient ceremony that required a specific bloodline, Ilara's bloodline, to unlock a hidden power or artifact. The alliance with Cassian was fraught with tension. Trust did not come easily between them, their past animosity a constant undercurrent. Cale remained wary of Cassian's motives, knowing that the broker's self-interest would always be his primary driver. Cassian, in turn, viewed Cale with a mixture of suspicion and grudging respect for his determination. Despite the inherent distrust, their uneasy alliance provided Cale with the resources and information he desperately needed. Cassian's network offered a wider reach, his knowledge of the underworld's intricacies proved invaluable, and his strength lay in the shadows of information, a weapon Cale lacked. Together, they began to piece together the fragmented truth, navigating the treacherous currents of the underworld and the ominous presence of the Obsidian Hand. The unexpected alliance with his old enemy was a desperate gamble, a necessary evil born out of Cale's unwavering determination to find Ilara and confront the dangerous forces that held her captive. The path ahead remained perilous, but with Cassian's reluctant aid, Cale had gained a crucial advantage in the fight against Nightshade and the shadowy powers that lurked behind him. The alliance was fragile, built on necessity rather than trust, but it was a step forward in the darkness. Chapter 19. Deeper Infiltration. The unexpected alliance helps Cale penetrate the most secret areas of the fortress, where he might find Ilara. The uneasy alliance with Cassian proved to be a double-edged sword. While the information broker's network and knowledge provided invaluable insights into the Obsidian Hand and the potential location of Ilara within the ominous fortress, the inherent distrust between them remained a palpable tension. Nevertheless, driven by his unwavering determination, Cale leveraged Cassian's resources to achieve deeper infiltration into the most secret and heavily guarded areas of the Serpent's Tooth, places he would have never been able to access alone. The hope of finding Ilara alive spurred him forward, even as the shadow of his alliance with a former enemy loomed large. Cassian's initial contribution was a detailed, albeit costly, layout of the fortress's inner workings, far more intricate than anything Cale had gleaned from his initial infiltration. It revealed hidden passages, secret chambers, and the likely locations of high-value targets or prisoners. Cassian's informants had even managed to acquire information about the guard rotations within the most secure sections, providing Cale with a tactical advantage. Using this intelligence, Cale and Cassian, moving with a wary coordination, navigated the treacherous maze of the fortress. Cassian, surprisingly adept at stealth despite his usual preference for the shadows of information, guided Cale through concealed tunnels and forgotten service corridors, bypassing heavily patrolled areas. Their movements were silent and precise, each relying on the other's expertise in their respective domains. Cale's physical infiltration skills and Cassian's knowledge of the fortress's hidden pathways. Their uneasy truce was punctuated by moments of tense silence, each man acutely aware of the other's potential for betrayal. Cale knew that Cassian's primary motivation was self-interest, the leverage he sought against Nightshade. He had to provide Cassian with valuable intelligence in return for his assistance, a delicate balancing act that kept them tethered together. As they ventured deeper into the fortress, the atmosphere grew heavier, the air thick with a sense of ancient secrets and malevolent intent. They passed through chambers adorned with strange symbols that matched those Cale had seen in the hidden room, further solidifying the connection between Ilara's lineage and the Obsidian Hand's interest. Cassian's information led them to a series of interconnected underground chambers, accessible only through a cleverly concealed entrance behind a crumbling tapestry. These chambers were clearly more recently used and maintained than the rest of the fortress, illuminated by flickering braziers and guarded by heavily armed figures clad in the obsidian robes of the Hand. The presence of these guards confirmed that they were now in a highly sensitive area, likely the heart of the Obsidian Hand's operations within the fortress. Cale's senses were on high alert, every shadow potentially concealing a deadly threat. Cassian's network also provided a crucial piece of information regarding Ilara's likely location. Whispers suggested she was being held in a secluded chamber beneath the main hall, a place accessible only through a hidden passage known to few. This information became their primary objective. Reaching this hidden passage required navigating through a labyrinth of interconnected chambers guarded by both Nightshade's loyalists and the Obsidian Hand's silent sentinels. The uneasy alliance between Cale and Cassian was tested repeatedly as they were forced to rely on each other to overcome obstacles and evade detection. In one instance, they had to silently neutralize a pair of guards patrolling a narrow corridor, their movements synchronized and lethal. Cale's close-quarters combat skills, honed in the brutal realities of the underworld, complemented Cassian's knowledge of pressure points and swift incapacitation techniques. Another time, they had to traverse a chamber rigged with intricate magical wards, their presence betrayed by shimmering energy fields. Cassian, surprisingly knowledgeable in arcane matters through his network of informants, guided Cale through the safe pathways, his whispered instructions preventing them from triggering deadly consequences. The deeper they infiltrated, the more Cale understood the true scope of the danger Ilara was in. The Obsidian Hand were not mere thugs. They wielded ancient powers and operated with a chilling efficiency. The deal was clearly far more significant than a simple exchange of goods. The hidden passage to the chamber beneath the main hall was finally located behind a false wall in a library filled with ancient texts. The air within the passage was cold and damp, the silence broken only by the echo of their footsteps. A sense of anticipation and dread hung heavy between Cale and Cassian. As they reached the end of the passage, a heavy stone door blocked their way. The faint sound of voices could be heard from beyond, along with a low, rhythmic chanting that sent a shiver down Cale's spine. This was likely where Ilara was being held. The unexpected alliance with Cassian had allowed Cale to penetrate the deepest secrets of the ominous fortress, bringing him closer to Ilara than he could have ever hoped alone. But the dangers they now faced were immense, and the true test of their fragile alliance and Cale's resolve was yet to come. The chanting beyond the stone door hinted at the sinister purpose behind Ilara's abduction, and the confrontation that awaited them could determine not only her fate but the fate of forces far beyond their immediate understanding. The deeper infiltration had come at the cost of relying on an enemy, but the hope of finding Ilara alive was a powerful motivator, even in the face of unimaginable peril. Chapter 20. Fierce Battle. Cale and his ally face Nightshade's large forces, a life-or-death battle unfolding within the crumbling fortress. The heavy stone door at the end of the hidden passage stood as the final barrier between Cale and the unknown fate that awaited Ilara. The low, rhythmic chanting emanating from beyond sent a chilling premonition through him, a stark reminder of the sinister forces at play. With a grim nod to Cassian, their uneasy alliance forged in desperation, Cale prepared to breach the chamber, knowing that they were likely walking into a confrontation against overwhelming odds. The deeper infiltration had brought them to the heart of the ominous fortress, but now they would face the full might of Nightshade's forces, a life-or-death battle about to erupt within the crumbling walls. Kale heaved against the heavy stone door, the ancient hinges groaning in protest as it slowly swung inward. The chamber beyond was vast and dimly lit by braziers casting flickering shadows on the stone walls adorned with disturbing symbols. In the center of the room, a ritual appeared to be underway. The cloaked figures of the obsidian hand stood in a circle, chanting in a low, guttural tongue, their attention focused on a raised dais where Ilara lay bound and seemingly unconscious. Nightshade stood beside the dais, his face a mask of cold determination, overseeing the ceremony. The sudden intrusion shattered the ritual's concentration. The chanting faltered, and the obsidian hand figures turned their hooded gazes towards the doorway, their eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. Nightshade's head snapped up, his expression shifting from focused intensity to one of furious disbelief as he recognized Kale. "You!" Nightshade roared, his voice echoing through the chamber. "How dare you interrupt this sacred rite?" Before Nightshade could issue orders, Kale acted. He knew that hesitation would be fatal. With a primal yell, he charged into the chamber, his rusty knife held aloft, his focus solely on reaching Ilara. Cashin, ever the pragmatist, followed close behind, drawing a pair of wickedly curved daggers from beneath his cloak. The chamber erupted into chaos. Nightshade's loyalists, a contingent of heavily armed guards who had been securing the perimeter of the ritual, surged forward to intercept Kale. The obsidian hand figures, though seemingly surprised, moved with a chillingly coordinated grace, their hands reaching beneath their robes, likely for weapons or arcane implements. Kale found himself in the thick of a brutal melee. Nightshade's guards were numerous and well-trained, their swords flashing in the dim light. He moved with a desperate ferocity, his rusty knife a surprisingly effective weapon in close quarters, his movements fueled by adrenaline and the burning need to reach Ilara. He parried blows, dodged thrusts, and struck with lethal precision, cutting down anyone who stood in his way. Cashin, fighting with a grim efficiency, moved through the chaos like a viper, his daggers finding vulnerable spots, his movements swift and unpredictable. Their unexpected arrival had thrown Nightshade's forces into disarray, creating a momentary window of opportunity. However, the sheer number of enemies began to take its toll. Kale and Cashin were surrounded, the press of bodies relentless. Blows rained down on them from all sides. Kale felt a searing pain as a sword grazed his arm, but he pressed on, his focus unwavering. Nightshade, realizing the threat Kale posed to the ritual, barked orders at his guards. "Kill him. No. Don't let him reach the woman." The guards intensified their assault, their attacks becoming more desperate. Kale and Cashin fought back to back, a whirlwind of steel and fury in the heart of the chamber. Their unlikely alliance, forged in necessity, now became a desperate struggle for survival. The obsidian hand figures, having regained their composure, began to move with a terrifying purpose. They didn't engage in direct combat with swords, but instead unleashed arcane attacks, bolts of crackling energy that seared the stone floor, gusts of freezing wind that chilled Kale to the bone, and shadowy tendrils that snaked through the air, attempting to ensnare them. The battle became a chaotic mix of steel against steel, flesh against steel, and the raw power of arcane magic. Kale had never faced anything like the obsidian hand before. Their abilities were terrifying and unpredictable, adding another layer of danger to the already overwhelming odds. Cashin, surprisingly knowledgeable about the obsidian hand's tactics, shouted warnings to Kale, identifying the different forms of their attacks. "The energy bolts. Move. The shadows will bind you." Despite Cashin's warnings, Kale was struck by a blast of energy, the searing pain momentarily staggering him. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, his determination fueled by the sight of Ilara lying helpless on the dais. He knew they couldn't hope to defeat Nightshade's entire force and the obsidian hand in a direct confrontation. Their only chance was to reach Ilara and disrupt the ritual. With a desperate surge of strength, Kale fought his way through a knot of guards, his rusty knife finding its mark with brutal efficiency. He lunged towards the dais, but Nightshade intercepted him, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "You will not interfere, Kale," Nightshade hissed, drawing a wickedly sharp blade. "This is beyond your comprehension." A fierce duel erupted between Kale and Nightshade, a clash of desperation against cold, calculated malice. Nightshade was a skilled fighter, his movements precise and deadly. Kale, though fueled by rage, was wounded and outnumbered. Meanwhile, Cashin was holding his own against a group of Nightshade's guards, his agility and cunning keeping him alive. He knew that their only hope lay in Kale reaching Ilara. As Kale and Nightshade traded blows, the obsidian hand figures resumed their chanting, their voices growing in intensity. The air in the chamber crackled with arcane energy, and a dark aura began to emanate from Ilara on the dais. Time was running out. Kale knew he had to take a risk. With a feigned retreat, he lured Nightshade closer to the dais, then with a sudden burst of speed, he sidestepped the attack and lunged towards Ilara. Nightshade roared in fury and lunged after him, but Kale was faster. He reached Ilara, his hands fumbling with the bindings that held her. Just as he was about to free her, one of the obsidian hand figures unleashed a powerful blast of arcane energy, striking Kale and sending him sprawling across the dais. The force of the blow knocked him unconscious, his desperate attempt to reach Ilara thwarted. The fierce battle within the crumbling fortress had reached a critical juncture, the odds stacked heavily against Kale and his unlikely ally. The fate of Ilara, and perhaps much more, hung precariously in the balance. Chapter 21. Sacrifice. During the battle, an ally or a significant supporting character may sacrifice themselves to protect Kale or help him get closer to Ilara. The fierce battle within the crumbling fortress raged on, a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. Kale, knocked unconscious by the obsidian hand's arcane blast, lay helpless on the dais beside the bound and vulnerable Ilara. Nightshade, his face contorted in a triumphant sneer, turned his attention back to the intensifying ritual, while the cloaked figures of the obsidian hand continued their ominous chanting. It seemed as though Kale's desperate attempt to reach Ilara had failed. But amidst the chaos and despair, an act of selfless courage, a profound sacrifice by an unexpected ally, would shift the balance of the battle, buying Kale a precious chance and underscoring the unexpected bonds forged in the crucible of their desperate fight. Cashin, witnessing Kale's fall and the renewed focus on the ritual, knew that time was running out. Their initial surprise attack had failed to fully disrupt the obsidian hand, and Nightshade's forces were beginning to regain control of the chamber. He was outnumbered, outmatched in arcane power, and the odds of their survival were dwindling rapidly. Yet, a flicker of something beyond self-preservation ignited within the cunning information broker. Perhaps it was a grudging respect for Kale's unwavering determination, a flicker of remorse for their past animosity, or a sudden realization of the greater danger posed by the obsidian hand. Whatever the reason, Cashin made a split-second decision, a selfless act that would alter the course of the battle. With a defiant yell, Cashin launched himself towards the obsidian hand figures, his wickedly curved daggers flashing in the dim light. It was a suicidal charge, a lone figure attacking a group wielding potent arcane magic. Nightshade's guards turned their attention towards this new threat, momentarily diverting their focus from the unconscious Kale and the ritual. The obsidian hand figures, momentarily startled by Cashin's audacious attack, reacted swiftly. Bolts of crackling energy and shadowy tendrils lashed out towards him. Cashin, surprisingly agile, dodged and weaved through the arcane assaults, his movements desperate but surprisingly effective. He managed to close the distance to one of the cloaked figures, his daggers finding their mark with brutal precision, disrupting the chanting and causing the figure to shriek in pain as arcane energy flared erratically. This act of defiance, though ultimately futile against the obsidian hand's power, created a crucial distraction. The disruption in the chanting caused the ritual's intensity to waver, the dark aura surrounding Ilara flickering momentarily. More importantly, it drew the attention of Nightshade and his guards away from Kale, providing the fallen assassin with a precious window of opportunity. Seeing Cashin's desperate sacrifice, a surge of adrenaline coursed through Kale, jolting him back to consciousness. His head swam with pain, but the image of Cashin facing the overwhelming arcane power of the obsidian hand spurred him to action. He had to honor Cashin's sacrifice, to seize the chance he had bought with his life. Ignoring the searing pain in his head, Kale scrambled to his feet, his gaze fixed on Ilara. Nightshade, momentarily distracted by Cashin's attack and the disruption of the ritual, was still within striking distance. Kale lunged towards Nightshade, his rusty knife raised, a primal roar escaping his lips. Their duel resumed with renewed intensity, fueled by desperation and the weight of Cashin's selfless act. Meanwhile, Cashin continued his desperate assault on the obsidian hand. He managed to take down a second figure, his daggers finding their mark with deadly accuracy. But the remaining cloaked figures unleashed their full arcane power, a barrage of energy blasts and shadowy tendrils overwhelming him. He fought with a fierce determination, buying Kale precious seconds, until finally he was struck down, his body falling lifelessly to the stone floor. Cashin's sacrifice, though tragic, had served its purpose. It had disrupted the ritual, diverted Nightshade's attention, and provided Kale with a chance to act. The unlikely alliance, forged in the crucible of their shared goal, had culminated in a selfless act of courage. The information broker, who had always prioritized self-preservation, had ultimately laid down his life to give Kale a fighting chance. Kale, witnessing Cashin's fall, felt a pang of unexpected grief and a renewed sense of purpose. He would not let Cashin's sacrifice be in vain. He had to reach Ilara, to break the ritual, and to avenge the death of his unlikely ally. Their duel with Nightshade raged on, a desperate struggle against a cunning and ruthless opponent. Kale, though wounded and still reeling from the arcane blast, fought with a ferocity born of grief and a desperate hope. The memory of Cashin's sacrifice fueled his every move, pushing him beyond his limits. The chamber was now a scene of carnage. Nightshade's guards lay scattered on the floor, felled by Kale and Cashin's desperate assault. The obsidian hand figures, though diminished, still radiated an aura of potent arcane power. And in the center of it all, Kale fought for Ilara's life, carrying the weight of an unexpected sacrifice on his shoulders. The battle was far from over, but Cashin's selfless act had created a turning point, a moment of profound courage that offered a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. The memory of his sacrifice would forever be etched in Kale's mind, a testament to the unpredictable nature of alliances forged in the heart of danger. Chapter 22: Confronting Nightshade. Kale finally faces Nightshade directly, the one who deceived and exploited him. A tense physical and mental confrontation. The sacrifice of Cashin had carved a desperate opening in the chaos of the ritual chamber, a fleeting chance for Kale to reach Ilara. The image of his former rival's selfless act, his lifeless body a testament to an unexpected courage, fueled a cold fury within Kale. Now, there was only one obstacle left standing between him and the bound woman on the dais. Nightshade, the architect of his misery, the manipulator who had deceived and exploited him at every turn. The confrontation was inevitable, a tense and brutal clash that would encompass not only physical violence but also the raw, exposed wounds of betrayal and the bitter taste of broken trust. Nightshade, momentarily stunned by Cashin's audacious sacrifice and Kale's subsequent resurgence, quickly regained his composure. His eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto Kale's, a flicker of annoyance quickly replaced by a predatory gleam. "So, Nightshade sneered, his voice laced with a venomous calm that was far more chilling than his earlier rage. The stray dog returns to bite the hand that fed him. You always were predictable, Kale. Driven by sentimentality, a weakness I foolishly overlooked. Kale's response was a guttural snarl, his grip tightening on his rusty knife. Words were inadequate to express the depth of his betrayal, the years of manipulation and the devastating consequences of Nightshade's lies. This was not just a fight for Ilara's life, it was a reckoning for the pain and loss Nightshade had inflicted upon him. Their duel resumed with a savage intensity. Nightshade, a more skilled and experienced swordsman, pressed his attack, his blade a blur of deadly precision. Kale, though wounded and fueled by raw emotion, fought with a desperate ferocity, his movements unpredictable and brutal. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber, a violent counterpoint to the fading chants of the remaining obsidian hand figures. Nightshade's words were like poisoned barbs, aimed at Kale's rawest wounds. Did you truly believe her affections were genuine, Kale? A commoner showing such warmth to a killer like you? How naive you were. She was a means to an end, a pawn in a game far beyond your understanding. Kale gritted his teeth, trying to block out the insidious words that echoed the doubts that had already begun to plague him since the discovery of the hidden room. He focused on the fight, on the need to survive, to reach Ilara. You used me, Kale spat out between parried blows, his voice thick with anger and pain. You lied to me. You took everything from me. Nightshade chuckled, a cold, mirthless sound. Took? I gave you purpose, Kale. I gave you a place in this world. You were nothing before me, a broken shell consumed by vengeance. I simply redirected that energy. And you served me well, until your sentimental attachment clouded your judgment. The mental confrontation was as brutal as the physical one. Nightshade sought to undermine Kale's resolve, to exploit his doubts and insecurities. He painted Ilara as a manipulator, their connection as a carefully orchestrated lie. Kale fought to hold on to the memory of her kindness, the genuine warmth he had felt in her presence, refusing to let Nightshade's venomous words completely erode his belief. The fight raged across the chamber, their movements taking them closer to the dais where Ilara lay bound. Kale knew that the longer the ritual continued, the more dangerous her situation became. He had to end this quickly. He changed his tactics, abandoning finesse for brute force, his attacks becoming more reckless, more desperate. He used the environment to his advantage, slamming Nightshade against the stone walls, using the crumbling architecture as leverage. Nightshade, momentarily taken aback by Kale's sudden shift in fighting style, stumbled. Kale seized the opportunity, his rusty knife flashing towards Nightshade's throat. Nightshade managed to parry the blow just in time, his blade deflecting the deadly thrust. You will fail, Kale, Nightshade hissed, his eyes burning with hatred. You are a puppet trying to cut its strings. But the strings are stronger than you think. The remaining obsidian hand figures, their chanting growing more frantic, unleashed another wave of arcane energy. Nightshade deftly dodged the blast, but Kale was caught in the periphery, the searing pain momentarily blinding him. Taking advantage of Kale's disorientation, Nightshade lunged, his blade aimed at Kale's heart. But in that split second, Kale reacted instinctively, throwing himself to the side. Nightshade's blade grazed his side, a searing line of pain, but it missed its mark. Kale scrambled back to his feet, his vision clearing, his determination unwavering. He would not be swayed by Nightshade's lies or defeated by his skill. He fought for Ilara, for Cashin's sacrifice, and for the shattered remnants of his own hope. The final moments of their confrontation were a blur of desperate attacks and parried blows. Kale, fueled by a primal rage, fought with a ferocity that surprised even Nightshade. He pressed his attack relentlessly, his rusty knife a constant threat. Finally, with a desperate lunge, Cale managed to disarm Nightshade, his knife clattering across the stone floor. Before Nightshade could react, Cale slammed him against the dais, his arm across Nightshade's throat. "Tell me the truth," Cale growled, his voice raw with emotion. "What is Ilara? What is her role in this?" Nightshade struggled against Cale's grip, his face turning purple. "You fool! You can't stop what's coming." Cale tightened his grip, his resolve hardening. He needed answers, and Nightshade was going to provide them. The confrontation had reached its climax, the weight of betrayal and the desperate need for truth hanging heavy in the air. The fate of Ilara, and perhaps much more, rested on the next few moments. Chapter 23: Conspiracy Exposed. During the confrontation, Nightshade's dark schemes and true motives are revealed. With Nightshade pinned against the cold stone of the dais, his lifeblood slowly being choked off, Cale pressed his demand for the truth. The battle had reached its brutal climax, the echoes of clashing steel and Cassion's sacrifice still reverberating through the chamber. The remaining obsidian hand figures continued their frantic chanting, the arcane energy swirling around Ilara intensifying. Time was running out, and Cale needed answers, the full scope of Nightshade's deceit and the true motives behind his intricate schemes. Nightshade, gasping for breath under Cale's relentless grip, finally relented, his eyes glinting with a desperate malice. "All right, fool. You want the truth?" His voice was a ragged whisper, strained and venomous. "Ilara, she is the key. The descendant of an ancient lineage, one that holds the power to unlock something the obsidian hand desires." "Unlock what?" Cale growled, tightening his grip, his knuckles white. Nightshade's lips curled into a weak, mocking smile. "Power, unimaginable power. An artifact, hidden for centuries. Her blood, her lineage, it is the only way to awaken it." The pieces began to click into place, the cryptic documents from the hidden room suddenly making a horrifying sense. Ilara wasn't just a hostage, she was a vital component in a ritual, a living key to unlocking an ancient power sought by the sinister obsidian hand. "And you?" Cale pressed, his voice filled with a bitter understanding. "What is your role in all of this?" Nightshade's eyes flickered towards the chanting obsidian hand figures, a strange mixture of fear and ambition in their depths. I was to facilitate, to deliver her to them. In return, they promised me influence, power beyond my wildest dreams, a place at their side, in the new order." The depth of Nightshade's betrayal became sickeningly clear. He hadn't just used Cale for his own petty gains in the underworld. He had been a pawn in a much larger, more dangerous game, a facilitator for an ancient and malevolent power. His promises of revenge, his manipulations, all had been steps on a path leading to this unholy alliance with the obsidian hand. "You used me to get close to her," Cale realized, the pieces of their past interactions falling into a devastating pattern. "The valley, my family. You knew about her lineage all along, didn't you? You orchestrated our meeting." A flicker of triumph crossed Nightshade's face. "You were a convenient tool, Cale. Broken, easily manipulated. Your grief made you blind. And your unexpected attachment to the girl, it almost ruined everything. But in the end, it served its purpose. It brought you here." The cold, calculated cruelty of Nightshade's scheme sent a wave of nausea through Cale. He had been played, his emotions weaponized against him. Ilara's compassion, the hope she had offered, had it all been a lie, a carefully constructed part of Nightshade's manipulation? The doubt gnawed at him, even as he fought to maintain his focus. "What is this artifact?" Cale demanded, his grip unwavering. "What power does it hold?" Nightshade's eyes darted around the chamber, a desperate look in them. I don't know the full extent. Something ancient, something transformative. The Obsidian Hand. They speak of a new age, a reign of power unlike anything this world has ever seen. The chanting of the Obsidian Hand intensified, the arcane energy around Ilara glowing brighter. Time was running out. Kale needed to stop the ritual, but he also needed to understand the full scope of the threat they faced. Why Ilara? Kale pressed. Why her bloodline? Nightshade coughed, his breath growing shallower. The ancient texts, they speak of a specific lineage, tied to the artifact's creation. Her ancestors, they were its guardians or its creators. I don't know the specifics. Only that her blood, it is the key. The revelation was chilling. Ilara, the woman Kale had come to love, was not just a random victim. She was a linchpin in a dangerous conspiracy, her very being the key to unlocking an ancient and potentially catastrophic power. And what happens to her? Kale asked, the fear for Ilara's fate gripping his heart. Once the artifact is awakened? Nightshade's smile was weak and filled with a perverse satisfaction. She will be consumed. Her life force, her blood, it will fuel the awakening. A necessary sacrifice for the greater good, or so they believe. The brutal truth hung heavy in the air. Nightshade hadn't just betrayed Kale. He had willingly delivered the woman Kale loved to a horrifying fate, all for the promise of power and a place in the Obsidian Hand's new order. Rage surged through Kale, a white-hot fury that threatened to consume him. The depth of Nightshade's depravity was staggering. He had manipulated Kale's grief, exploited his love, and willingly condemned an innocent woman to a gruesome death. "You monster!" Kale choked out, his grip tightening to the point where Nightshade could barely breathe. "Survival. Kale, it's all there is," Nightshade rasped, his eyes filled with a desperate plea for understanding that Kale could not offer. "They offered me power, a way out of the shadows, a chance to be more than I was." But Kale saw only a craven opportunist, a man who had traded his humanity for a fleeting promise of power, willing to sacrifice anyone in his path. The truth of Nightshade's schemes lay bare, a tapestry of deceit, ambition, and utter disregard for human life. The confrontation had revealed the full extent of the conspiracy, a terrifying alliance between a power-hungry underworld figure and an ancient malevolent force, with Ilara as the unwitting sacrifice. The weight of this knowledge settled heavily on Kale, fueling his resolve to stop them, no matter the cost. Chapter 24. The Truth About Ilara. More secrets about Ilara's past or true purpose are revealed, potentially shocking or completely changing Kale's perception. Nightshade's dying confession, choked out under Kale's furious grip, had laid bare the sinister conspiracy involving Ilara and the Obsidian Hand. Yet, amidst the horror of her intended sacrifice and Nightshade's treacherous role, a deeper layer of truth, one that struck at the very core of Kale's perception of Ilara, began to unravel. More secrets about her past, her true purpose, and her connection to the ancient power the Obsidian Hand sought were revealed, sending shockwaves through Kale's already fractured understanding and threatening to shatter his remaining beliefs. As Nightshade's life ebbed away, his final words, laced with a desperate attempt at self-justification, hinted at a complexity Kale had not fully grasped. She knew, a part of it, the legacy. She wasn't entirely innocent. These cryptic words, uttered with a final rattling breath, hung in the air, more unsettling than any of his previous lies. They planted a seed of doubt, a chilling possibility that Ilara's apparent innocence might have been a carefully constructed illusion, or at the very least, that she possessed knowledge she had kept hidden. Driven by this unsettling possibility, and the desperate need to understand the full scope of the danger Ilara was in, Kale's gaze fell upon the dais where she lay unconscious. The arcane energy surrounding her pulsed with increasing intensity, the chanting of the remaining obsidian hand figures reaching a fever pitch. He had to act quickly, but a nagging doubt, fueled by Nightshade's final words, stayed his hand. He noticed a small, intricately carved wooden box lying near Ilara on the dais, an object he hadn't seen before. It pulsed faintly with a soft, inner light, resonating with the arcane energy swirling around her. Driven by a sudden intuition, Kale reached for the box. As his fingers brushed against its smooth surface, a jolt of energy surged through him, and a series of fragmented images flashed through his mind. He saw glimpses of Ilara in opulent settings, surrounded by figures in rich attire, her demeanor regal and composed. He saw her poring over ancient texts, her brow furrowed in concentration, symbols identical to those adorning the fortress walls illuminated on the parchment. He saw her speaking in a language he didn't understand, her voice resonating with an authority that belied her common appearance. The visions were fleeting and disorienting, but they painted a picture of Ilara that was completely at odds with the woman he thought he knew. They suggested a life of privilege, of knowledge, and perhaps even of power, hidden beneath the guise of a simple commoner. As the visions faded, Kale's mind reeled. Could Nightshade's final words have held a grain of truth? Had Ilara concealed a significant part of her identity, her past, and her purpose? The shock was profound, shaking the very foundation of his perception of her. He looked at Ilara's unconscious form on the dais, his heart a turmoil of conflicting emotions. The compassion he felt for her vulnerability warred with a growing sense of unease and a painful question. Who was the woman he truly loved? Driven by this unsettling revelation, Kale turned his attention back to the obsidian hand figures and the intensifying ritual. He needed to understand the artifact they sought to awaken and Ilara's connection to it. Perhaps the answers lay in disrupting the ritual itself. With a renewed sense of urgency, fueled by both love and a dawning suspicion, Kale moved towards the chanting figures. They barely registered his approach, their focus entirely consumed by the arcane energies swirling around Ilara. He lunged at the nearest figure, his rusty knife finding its mark. The figure shrieked, its chanting abruptly cut short, and the flow of arcane energy wavered. The other obsidian hand figures reacted instantly, turning their glowing eyes towards Kale, their hands reaching beneath their robes. The ensuing fight was desperate and brutal. The obsidian hand figures, now enraged and their ritual disrupted, unleashed their full arcane power. Bolts of energy, shadowy tendrils, and gusts of freezing wind assailed Kale from all sides. He fought with a grim determination, fueled by the need to protect Ilara and to uncover the truth about her. As he battled the remaining figures, he noticed one of them clutching a small, ornate amulet that pulsed with the same inner light as the box on the dais. Driven by another intuition, Kale disarmed the figure and snatched the amulet. The moment his fingers closed around it, another surge of visions flooded his mind. This time, they were clearer, more coherent. He saw Ilara standing before a group of robed figures, her posture radiating authority. She spoke of a prophecy, of a hidden power that needed to be protected, and of a lineage destined to safeguard it. He saw her making a solemn vow, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. The vision suggested that Ilara was not an unwitting victim, but perhaps a guardian, someone aware of her heritage and her responsibility. Had her simple life been a deliberate choice, a way to remain hidden and protect the ancient power from falling into the wrong hands? This new revelation sent another shockwave through Kale. The woman he loved might not be a commoner at all, but someone with a significant destiny, a protector of a powerful secret. Had Nightshade somehow discovered her true identity and sought to exploit it for his own gain, aligning himself with the Obsidian Hand to unlock the ancient power she was meant to safeguard? The implications were staggering. Kale's perception of Ilara had been completely upended. The woman he thought he knew was far more complex, her past shrouded in secrets and her true purpose potentially world-altering. The love he felt for her was now intertwined with a sense of awe and a growing understanding of the immense danger she faced. The battle with the remaining obsidian hand figures reached its climax. Driven by a renewed sense of purpose, to protect not just the woman he loved, but a potential guardian of ancient power, Cale fought with a ferocity they could not match. One by one, they fell, their arcane energy dissipating into the cold stone of the chamber. As the last figure collapsed, the arcane energy surrounding Ilara began to subside. She stirred on the dais, her eyes fluttering open, confusion and a flicker of recognition in their depths as she looked at Cale. The truth about Ilara was far more complex and dangerous than he could have ever imagined, and their journey together had just taken an unforeseen and potentially perilous turn. The secrets unveiled had shattered his perceptions, but they had also ignited a new resolve, to stand by her, whatever her true purpose might be, and to protect her from the forces that sought to exploit her legacy. Chapter 25: A Life or Death Decision. Cale must make a difficult decision concerning the fate of Ilara, himself, or others involved. The revelations about Ilara's true nature, her hidden lineage, and her role as a potential guardian of ancient power had shattered Cale's understanding of their situation. The battle in the ritual chamber was over, the obsidian hand figures vanquished, but the arcane energy surrounding Ilara continued to subside, leaving her weakened and vulnerable. Nightshade's dying words, coupled with the visions Cale had experienced, painted a grim picture. Ilara's life force was the key to unlocking a power the obsidian hand sought, a power that could reshape the world. Now, Cale faced a life-or-death decision, a choice with potentially catastrophic consequences for himself, Ilara, and the world beyond the fortress walls. Ilara stirred on the dais, her eyes fluttering open, a mixture of confusion and a flicker of recognition in their depths as she gazed at Cale. She was weak, her voice barely a whisper. "Cale, what happened?" she murmured, her gaze searching his face. Cale hesitated, the weight of the truth pressing down on him. How much should he reveal? Could he trust her? The visions he had seen suggested she was aware of her heritage and her responsibility, but her vulnerability seemed so genuine. "Nightshade, he wanted to use you," Cale said, his voice strained. "He said you were the key to unlock something the obsidian hand wants." Ilara's eyes widened in alarm. "The obsidian hand? They're here? What do they want?" Cale looked at her, searching for any hint of deception, any flicker of the regal woman from the visions. But he saw only fear and confusion. He decided to tell her the truth, or at least a carefully curated version of it. "They believe your bloodline holds the power to awaken an ancient artifact," Cale explained, his voice low. "A power they say can change the world. They were using you as a sacrifice." Ilara gasped, her face paling. "A sacrifice? But why? I don't understand." Cale moved closer, his hand reaching out to touch her, then hesitating. "The visions. I saw them. Your ancestors. They were connected to this power. You're not who I thought you were." Ilara's expression shifted, a flicker of sadness and a hint of resignation replacing the fear. "It's true," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am descended from an ancient line. We were guardians of this power. But I never knew the full extent of it. I was raised in hiding, to protect me from those who would seek to exploit my heritage." The confirmation of the visions sent a jolt through Cale. The woman he loved was indeed a guardian, a protector of a power beyond his comprehension. But the question remained, what was that power, and what was the right thing to do with it? The chanting of the obsidian hand, though silenced, had left its mark. The arcane energy still lingered in the chamber, pulsing from the dais where Ilara lay. Cale could feel it, a raw, untamed force that hummed with potential. The ritual, it was meant to awaken the artifact, Cale said, his gaze fixed on the dais. To unleash that power, we have to stop it. Ilara nodded weakly. But how? I don't know how to control it. My training was incomplete. I was never meant to awaken it. Cale faced the agonizing truth. The power was on the verge of being unleashed, and neither of them knew how to control it. The obsidian hand was defeated, but the threat remained. He had to make a choice, a decision that could determine the fate of them both, and perhaps the world. He saw 3 possible paths, each fraught with peril. Destroy the artifact. He could attempt to destroy the artifact to prevent the power from being unleashed at all. But he didn't know where it was, or how to destroy something so ancient and potent. The ritual had been interrupted, but the power was still there, waiting to be claimed. This option carried the risk of triggering a catastrophic release of energy, potentially destroying the fortress and everything around it. Control the power. He could try to help Ilara control the power, to guide her in harnessing it for good. But neither of them had the knowledge or training. The power was volatile and unpredictable, and they could easily lose control, unleashing it upon the world with devastating consequences. This option required immense trust and a leap of faith, with no guarantee of success. Seal the power. He could attempt to seal the power, to contain it once more, preventing it from being accessed by anyone. But he didn't know how to seal something so ancient and potent. The ritual had been interrupted, but the power was still there, waiting to be claimed. This option carried the risk of creating an unstable prison, a ticking time bomb that could eventually explode. Each choice carried a terrible risk, a potential for destruction. Cale was torn between his desire to protect Ilara, his duty to prevent the power from falling into the wrong hands, and his fear of unleashing something he couldn't control. He looked at Ilara, her face pale but her eyes filled with a quiet resolve. She was a guardian, a protector, but she was also a woman who had been thrust into a role she was not fully prepared for. "What do you think we should do?" Cale asked, his voice raw with desperation. "What is your destiny?" Ilara hesitated, her gaze fixed on the arcane energy swirling around her. "My destiny is to protect it, to keep it from being used for evil. But I don't know how. My ancestors, they knew the secrets, but they were lost long ago." The life or death decision rested on Cale's shoulders. He had to choose a path, to trust his instincts and his heart, and to accept the consequences, whatever they might be. The fate of Ilara, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance. The ancient power pulsed around them, a force waiting to be unleashed, and the clock was ticking. The choice was his, and his alone. Chapter 26. The Price of Truth. Cale's actions to uncover the truth and confront Nightshade come at a steep cost, potentially physical, emotional, or relational. Cale stood at a crossroads, the weight of a life-or-death decision pressing down on him. The revelations about Ilara's true nature and the looming threat of the ancient power had shattered his world, and his actions to uncover the truth and confront Nightshade had come at a steep cost. The path ahead was fraught with peril, and whatever choice he made, he knew it would extract a heavy toll, potentially physical, emotional, or relational. The physical cost was already evident. Cale was wounded, his body aching from the brutal battles he had endured. The arcane energy of the obsidian hand had left its mark, searing his flesh and leaving him weakened. He had pushed himself to his limits, ignoring his injuries in his desperate quest to reach Ilara. Now, the adrenaline was fading, and the pain was becoming a constant reminder of the price he had paid. But the physical cost was only the beginning. The emotional toll was far more profound. The betrayal by Nightshade, the man he had once seen as a mentor, had left deep scars on his psyche. The trust he had placed in him had been shattered, replaced by a bitter cynicism that threatened to consume him. The revelations about Elara had further complicated his emotional state. The woman he loved was not who he thought she was, her past shrouded in secrets and her true purpose tied to a power he barely understood. The bond they had forged was now strained, the foundation of their relationship shaken by doubt and uncertainty. Cale was forced to confront the possibility that Elara's compassion and vulnerability had been a carefully constructed facade, a means to an end in a game he didn't even comprehend. The memories of their shared moments, once a source of comfort and hope, were now tainted by suspicion. The potential relational costs were equally devastating. His alliance with Cassian, though born of necessity, had ended in tragedy. Cassian's sacrifice, a selfless act of courage from a former enemy, had forced Cale to confront the complexities of trust and loyalty. He had forged a connection with someone he had once considered an adversary, only to lose him in the heat of battle. Cale knew that whatever decision he made regarding the ancient power and Elara's destiny, it would have far-reaching consequences for his relationships. If he chose to destroy the artifact, he risked alienating Elara, who saw herself as its guardian. If he tried to control the power with her, they could both be consumed by its volatile nature. And if he chose to seal the power, he might condemn future generations to live in fear of its potential return. The weight of these potential costs pressed down on Cale, threatening to crush his spirit. He had set out on a quest for vengeance, driven by grief and a thirst for justice. But he had stumbled upon a truth far more complex and dangerous than he could have ever imagined. He had uncovered a conspiracy that reached into the depths of ancient history, a power that could reshape the world, and a woman whose destiny was intertwined with it all. Now, he was faced with a choice that transcended his personal desires. He had to decide not only Elara's fate but also the fate of the world. And whatever he chose, he knew that the price would be steep. He could lose Elara, the woman he had come to love, to the power she was meant to protect. He could lose himself, consumed by the darkness he had fought so hard to overcome. Or he could lose the world, condemning it to an era of chaos and destruction. The burden of this decision was almost unbearable. Cale was a warrior, a survivor, but he was also a man capable of love and compassion. He had to reconcile these conflicting aspects of himself, to find a path that would minimize the suffering and maximize the hope for a better future. As he looked at Elara, her face pale but her eyes filled with a quiet resolve, Cale knew that he could not face this decision alone. He had to trust her, to believe in her, even if the truth about her past remained shrouded in mystery. He had to have faith that the woman he had come to love was still the guardian he had seen in the visions, the protector of a power that could be used for good or evil. Together, they would face the consequences of his choice, whatever they might be. Together, they would bear the cost of the truth, and together, they would forge a new path, a path that would lead them out of the darkness and into the light. The price of truth was high, but the cost of inaction was even greater. Chapter 27. The Final Battle. Cale and Nightshade engage in a final battle, determining the fate of both and those connected to them. The confrontation was inevitable. Cale, fueled by the revelations of Nightshade's treachery and the need to protect Elara and prevent the ancient power from falling into the wrong hands, finally faced his former mentor directly. This was not merely a battle of strength and skill. It was a clash of ideologies, a reckoning for past betrayals, and a desperate struggle to determine the fate of both men and those connected to them. The final battle was about to unfold within the crumbling fortress, its ancient stones echoing with the promise of violence and the weight of destiny. The chamber, still pulsating with the residual arcane energy of the disrupted ritual, became their arena. Cale and Nightshade stood before each other, the remnants of their earlier struggle littering the floor. Broken stone, shattered remnants of obsidian hand robes, and the discarded weapons of fallen guards. The air crackled with tension, a palpable sense of the cataclysmic forces about to be unleashed. Nightshade, weakened but far from defeated, his eyes burning with a fanatical intensity, lunged first. He fought with a desperate ferocity, his movements fueled by a dark resolve and the fading promise of the power he had so desperately sought. His attacks were wild and unpredictable, a reflection of his crumbling ambitions. Kale met his onslaught with a grim determination. He was wounded, exhausted, and burdened by the weight of his choices, but he fought with a clarity of purpose he had never known before. He would not allow Nightshade to win. He would not let the ancient power be unleashed. He would protect Ilara, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Their battle was a brutal dance of desperation and skill. Nightshade, driven by a twisted vision of a new world order, fought with a savage abandon. Kale, fueled by a righteous fury and a love that transcended his doubts, fought with a controlled precision, his movements precise and lethal. The chamber became a whirlwind of motion, the clash of their weapons echoing through the ancient stone. They traded blows, each strike carrying the weight of their past conflicts and the uncertainty of the future. Kale disarmed Nightshade, his rusty knife meeting Nightshade's blade. Nightshade roared in fury and lunged at Kale. But Kale was faster. He sidestepped the attack and with a powerful thrust, he disarmed Nightshade, sending his weapon skittering across the floor. "It's over, Nightshade," Kale said, his voice raw with emotion. "You've lost." Nightshade laughed, a broken, desperate sound. "Lost? No, Kale. You don't understand. This is bigger than both of us. The power that is about to be unleashed, it will change everything. A new world will be born from the ashes of the old. Then I will make sure that power is never unleashed," Kale declared, his grip tightening on his weapon. Their final confrontation was a blur of motion and steel. Kale fought with a relentless determination, driven by the need to end Nightshade's schemes and protect Ilara. He parried Nightshade's desperate attacks, his movements fluid and precise. With a final, decisive strike, Kale disarmed Nightshade. Nightshade stood defeated, his body trembling with exhaustion and his eyes filled with a haunting realization of his failure. Kale loomed over him, his weapon poised, the weight of his decision heavy on his shoulders. "Any last words?" Kale asked, his voice devoid of triumph, filled only with a weary resolve. Nightshade looked up at him, a flicker of his old self in his eyes. "You can't stop it, Kale. The power, it will find a way. It always does." With a final surge of adrenaline, Nightshade lunged at Kale, his bare hands outstretched, a desperate attempt to seize him. But Kale was prepared. With a swift, decisive move, he ended Nightshade's life. Nightshade's body fell to the ground, the light fading from his eyes. The chamber fell silent, the echoes of their battle slowly dissipating. Kale stood over his fallen enemy, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. He had won, but the victory felt hollow. The final battle was over. Nightshade, the man who had deceived and manipulated him, the architect of his suffering, was dead. But Kale knew that this was not the end. The ancient power still remained, and the choices he had made had set him on a path from which there was no turning back. The fate of Ilara, and perhaps the world, was now in his hands. Chapter 28. Aftermath of the battle. The losses and changes following the final battle, affecting Kale and the world around him. The echoes of the final battle faded, leaving behind a silence that was almost as profound as the chaos that had preceded it. The crumbling fortress, once a symbol of ancient power and dark schemes, now stood as a testament to the losses and changes that had swept through Kale's life and the world around him. The dust settled, revealing the true cost of the confrontation, and the long, arduous process of rebuilding began. The immediate aftermath was stark and sobering. The bodies of the fallen lay scattered across the chamber floor, a grim reminder of the lives claimed in the struggle for control of the ancient power. Nightshade's lifeless form served as a stark punctuation mark at the end of a chapter marked by betrayal and violence. The Obsidian Hand, their plans thwarted, were no more, their dark influence extinguished like a guttering flame. Cale stood amidst the devastation, the weight of his actions pressing down on him. He had survived, but he was far from unscathed. His body bore the scars of the battle, a physical manifestation of the pain and sacrifice he had endured. But it was the emotional and spiritual wounds that ran deepest. The death of Nightshade, while necessary, left a hollow ache in Cale's heart. He had been a mentor, a guide, however twisted, for a significant part of Cale's life. The betrayal cut deep, leaving Cale to question his own judgment and the nature of good and evil. He was forced to confront the uncomfortable truth that even those closest to us can harbor the darkest secrets. Cashin's sacrifice weighed heavily on Cale as well. The cunning information broker, a man who had always seemed driven by self-interest, had ultimately laid down his life for a cause greater than himself. His death challenged Cale's understanding of alliances and the potential for redemption, leaving him to grapple with the complexities of human nature. Ilara, though alive, was irrevocably changed. The ritual, though disrupted, had left its mark on her, forging an unbreakable connection to the ancient power. She now carried a burden, a destiny she had not fully understood or embraced. The secrets of her past, once hidden, were now exposed, and she was forced to confront her role as a guardian of a power that could reshape the world. The world beyond the fortress walls was also affected. The disruption of the ritual sent ripples through the arcane currents that flowed beneath the surface of reality. Places of power flared with unpredictable energy, ancient prophecies stirred, and whispers of change echoed through hidden circles. The balance had shifted, and the future was uncertain. In the days and weeks that followed, Cale and Ilara worked to understand the implications of what had happened. They studied the ancient texts recovered from the fortress, seeking to unravel the mysteries of the ancient power and Ilara's connection to it. They learned of a lineage of guardians, of a time when magic and humanity were more closely intertwined, and of a great responsibility that now rested on Ilara's shoulders. Cale, forever changed by his experiences, struggled to find his place in this new reality. He was no longer the lone assassin driven by vengeance. He had become a protector, a guardian of Ilara and the ancient power she carried within her. He had walked a path of violence and loss, but he had also discovered a capacity for love and sacrifice that he never knew he possessed. The world around them began to change as well. The power vacuum left by the fall of the Obsidian Hand created ripples in the underworld. New factions emerged, vying for control, and old alliances shifted. The fragile peace that had existed was shattered, replaced by an uneasy tension, a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Some saw the events as a harbinger of hope, a sign that the old order was crumbling and a new era was dawning. Others viewed it with fear and trepidation, a reminder of the destructive potential of unchecked power. The world held its breath, waiting to see what form the future would take. Cale and Ilara emerged as unlikely figures in this changing landscape. They were both marked by the battle, bound together by a shared destiny. They carried the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future, but they also held the potential for hope. The aftermath of the battle was a time of mourning and rebuilding, of loss and change. It was a time when the choices made in the heat of conflict reverberated through the lives of those who remained. And it was a time when the world stood on the precipice of a new era, waiting to see whether the power that had been unleashed would bring salvation or destruction. Chapter 29. Redemption. Does Cale find redemption for his past sins? Can he escape the darkness? The question of redemption hung heavy in the air, as tangible as the dust that still lingered after the final battle. Cale, the former assassin, the betrayer, The man who had walked in darkness now stood at a crossroads. The path ahead offered no easy answers, no clear indication of whether he could truly escape his past. Was redemption even possible for someone who had committed such grievous sins? Could he ever truly find peace? Cale's past was a tapestry woven with threads of violence, deceit, and regret. His actions, driven by a thirst for vengeance and a misguided loyalty, had caused immense suffering. The lives he had taken, the alliances he had broken, the trust he had shattered, these were the ghosts that haunted him, the chains that bound him to the darkness. The death of Nightshade, his former mentor and betrayer, forced Cale to confront the consequences of his choices. He saw in Nightshade's twisted ambition a reflection of his own potential for darkness. The realization shook him to his core, igniting a desperate desire to forge a different path. Cashin's sacrifice further complicated Cale's quest for redemption. The information broker's selfless act challenged Cale's cynical view of the world, suggesting that even in the darkest of hearts, a spark of goodness could still exist. Cale was left to grapple with the unsettling notion that he, too, might be capable of change. Elara became both a burden and a beacon for Cale. Her connection to the ancient power and her burgeoning sense of responsibility mirrored his own journey. In protecting her, Cale found a purpose beyond his own redemption. He saw in her the possibility of a future free from the shadows of the past. Yet, he also feared that his own darkness might somehow taint her, jeopardizing her destiny. Cale's path to redemption, if it existed at all, was fraught with peril and uncertainty. He had to confront not only the external threats that sought to control the ancient power, but also the internal demons that threatened to consume him. The world saw him as a villain, a killer, a dangerous man. Earning their trust, proving that he had changed, seemed an insurmountable task. Moreover, Cale had to learn to forgive himself. The guilt and self-loathing he carried were a heavy burden, one that threatened to crush his spirit. He had to find a way to reconcile with his past, to accept his mistakes without being defined by them. This inner journey was perhaps the most challenging of all, for it required him to confront the darkest parts of himself and find a flicker of light within. Some questioned whether Cale truly deserved redemption. His sins were great, his hands stained with blood. Was it fair for him to be forgiven, to be granted a second chance when others had perished because of his actions? These were the questions that haunted Cale, the doubts that gnawed at his conscience. Yet, others saw in Cale a potential for something more. They recognized the pain and remorse that lay beneath his hardened exterior. They believed that everyone, regardless of their past, was capable of change. They saw in his willingness to protect Elara a glimmer of hope, a sign that he was striving to be better. Ultimately, whether Cale found redemption or remained trapped in the darkness of his past was left open to interpretation. The answer, perhaps, lay not in a definitive resolution but in the ongoing struggle itself. Redemption was not a destination but a journey, a continuous process of growth, self-reflection, and sacrifice. Cale's story served as a reminder that the line between good and evil is not always clear-cut. People are complex, capable of both great darkness and great light. The possibility of redemption, or the lack thereof, is a question that each individual must answer for themselves. Chapter 30. Elara's Fate. Elara's ultimate fate is revealed. Is she alive, dead, or somewhere else with a different purpose? The question of Elara's ultimate fate was a mystery that lingered like the lingering echoes of the ancient power. Her connection to it, forged in the crucible of the disrupted ritual, had irrevocably altered the course of her life. Was she destined to live a mortal existence, carrying the weight of this power? Or was her path leading her towards something greater, something beyond the realm of the living? The truth of her destiny was about to be revealed, a revelation that would not only determine her fate but also shape the future of the world. The immediate aftermath of the battle left Ilara in a state of flux. The raw power of the ancient magic surged within her, a tempest of energy that she struggled to control. She was alive, but different. Changed. The ritual had forged a bond that transcended the boundaries of the physical world, intertwining her essence with the ancient power itself. In the days that followed, Ilara's condition became a focal point of intense study and debate. Scholars, mages, and healers from across the land gathered to witness the phenomenon, their opinions divided. Some believed she was a ticking time bomb, a vessel of uncontrolled energy that could detonate at any moment. Others saw her as a chosen one, a conduit for a power that could usher in a new era of enlightenment. Kale, ever watchful, remained Ilara's staunch protector. He felt an inexplicable connection to her, a bond forged in the shared struggle against Nightshade. He was determined to help her understand her powers and control them, even if it meant defying the will of those who sought to exploit or contain her. As Ilara delved deeper into the mysteries of the ancient power, guided by cryptic texts and visions, she began to understand the true nature of her destiny. She was not merely a vessel, but a catalyst, a bridge between the mortal world and something far more ancient and profound. The power within her was not meant to be wielded or controlled, but rather nurtured and guided, like a seed growing towards the sun. The ancient power, she learned, was a fundamental force of creation, a wellspring of potential that lay dormant beneath the surface of reality. It was the source of magic, the spark of life, and the key to unlocking the universe's deepest secrets. And Ilara, through a twist of fate, had become its chosen guardian. Her transformation was not a death, but a transcendence. Her physical body remained, but her consciousness had expanded, her perception heightened to encompass a reality beyond the limitations of human senses. She existed in two realms, tethered to the mortal world yet simultaneously connected to the infinite possibilities of the ancient power. Ilara's fate was not to be a queen or a sorceress, but something more akin to a living embodiment of the ancient power itself. She became a guardian of the threshold, a protector of the balance between realms. She could guide those who sought wisdom, heal those who were wounded in spirit, and offer solace to those who grieved. But her existence was not without its challenges. Ilara was bound by a sacred duty, a responsibility that demanded sacrifice and unwavering devotion. She had to navigate the treacherous currents of both the mortal and mystical realms, facing trials that tested her strength, her wisdom, and her compassion. Kale remained by her side, his own destiny intertwined with hers. He became her anchor, her protector, and her guide. His past as an assassin, his capacity for violence and sacrifice, became tools in service of a higher purpose. He was the shield that guarded the light Ilara carried, ensuring that it would not be extinguished by the darkness that still lurked in the shadows. Ilara's ultimate fate was a mystery no longer. She was not dead, nor wholly alive, but something in between, a living paradox, a testament to the boundless potential of the ancient power. She had become a symbol of hope, a beacon of light in a world still grappling with the aftermath of chaos and destruction. Her journey was a reminder that even in the face of profound loss and change, destiny could take unexpected turns, leading to a purpose greater than one could ever imagine. Chapter 31. The Survivors. Which characters survived the events, and how are their lives changed? The dust settled, the echoes of battle faded, and the world began to pick up the pieces. The question remained: who were the survivors, and how had their lives been irrevocably changed by the events that had transpired? The conflict had tested them all, pushing them to their limits, forcing them to confront their deepest fears and desires. Some emerged stronger, their spirits tempered like steel, while others were left shattered, haunted by the ghosts of the past. Kale was among those who survived, though he was profoundly changed. The violence he had witnessed and the choices he had made had stripped away the remnants of his former self, leaving behind a man forged in the crucible of conflict. He was no longer the lone assassin driven by vengeance, but a reluctant protector, bound to Alara and the ancient power she carried. His path was now inextricably linked to Alara's, his destiny intertwined with hers. He had found a purpose beyond his own redemption, a reason to fight for a future worth living. The weight of his past sins still burdened him, but he carried it with a newfound determination, using his skills and his capacity for violence in service of a greater good. Alara, too, survived, but her transformation was perhaps the most profound of all. She was no longer merely a woman, but a conduit, a bridge between worlds. The ancient power flowed through her veins, altering her perception of reality, binding her to a destiny she was only beginning to understand. She embraced her new role, her new existence, with a mixture of trepidation and awe. The challenges ahead were immense, the responsibility overwhelming, but she was not alone. With Kale by her side, she navigated the treacherous currents of her dual existence, striving to become the guardian she was destined to be. Those who had supported Kale and Alara also endured, their lives forever altered by their involvement in the conflict. Some were physically scarred, bearing the marks of battle on their bodies, while others carried deeper, emotional wounds that may never fully heal. The scholars and mages who had sought to understand the ancient power were left to grapple with the implications of their discoveries. The boundaries of their knowledge had been shattered, their understanding of the universe expanded in ways they never thought possible. They were both humbled and emboldened, driven to seek further truths, to unravel the remaining mysteries of the cosmos. The world at large was also a survivor, though it bore the scars of the conflict. The disruption of the ancient power had far-reaching consequences, shaking the foundations of reality. The old order was crumbling, new powers were rising, and the future was uncertain. Yet, amidst the chaos, there was also a sense of hope, a belief that from the ashes of the old, something new and better could emerge. The survivors, each in their own way, carried the burden of the past and the hope for the future. They were the ones who had witnessed the darkness and emerged, battered but not broken. They were the ones who would shape the world to come, their choices and actions determining whether the ancient power would bring salvation or destruction. Their lives, forever changed, became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of hope. Chapter 32. Hard-Earned Lessons. The lessons that Kale and the viewers can learn from the story of betrayal, trust, and the cost of despair. The saga of Kale and Alara, fraught with betrayal, trust, and the ever-looming cost of despair, offers a multitude of profound lessons, not only for the characters within the narrative but also for those who have followed their journey. The story serves as a mirror, reflecting the complexities of the human condition and the choices that shape our destinies. For Kale, the journey is one of harsh self-discovery and transformation. He learns that the path of vengeance is a treacherous one, often leading to further suffering and loss. His initial quest for retribution consumes him, blinding him to the potential for good within himself and the world around him. Yet, through his interactions with Alara and the sacrifices of others, he comes to understand the importance of empathy, compassion, and the willingness to fight for something greater than himself. Kale's transformation underscores the idea that redemption is possible, even for those who have committed terrible acts. However, it is not a simple or easy process. It requires confronting one's past, acknowledging one's mistakes, and actively striving to make amends. It is a continuous journey, not a singular destination. Alara's story teaches us about the nature of destiny and the power of inner strength. She is thrust into a role she did not choose, burdened with a responsibility that could easily have crushed her. Yet, she rises to the challenge, embracing her fate with courage and determination. She learns that true power lies not in dominance or control, but in the ability to nurture, protect, and guide. The narrative also offers a cautionary message about the dangers of unchecked ambition and the seductive allure of power. Nightshade's descent into darkness serves as a stark reminder of the corrupting influence of power and the lengths to which some will go to obtain it. His actions highlight the importance of remaining grounded, of staying true to one's values, even in the face of temptation. Moreover, the story explores the complexities of trust and betrayal. Cale's betrayal by Nightshade shatters his worldview, forcing him to question his own judgment and the nature of human relationships. Yet, he also learns that trust, though fragile, is essential for connection and growth. He discovers that even in the face of treachery, the capacity for trust can be rebuilt, though it requires vulnerability and courage. Ultimately, the story's most enduring lesson is about the resilience of the human spirit and the power of hope. Despite the darkness and despair that pervade much of the narrative, there is always a glimmer of light, a belief that even in the most dire of circumstances, good can prevail. The survivors of the conflict, scarred but not broken, carry this hope forward, demonstrating that even in the aftermath of destruction, it is possible to rebuild and create a better future. In the end, the story of Cale and Alara is a testament to the enduring power of choice. It reminds us that while we may not always be able to control the circumstances we face, we can control how we respond to them. We can choose to succumb to darkness, or we can choose to fight for the light. We can choose to be bound by our pasts, or we can choose to forge our own destinies. The lessons of this story serve as a guide, urging us to make choices that lead towards compassion, understanding, and hope. Chapter 33. The Cycle of Sin. Does the story show how far the cycle of sin can drag a person down and how difficult it is to escape? The story of Cale and those around him serves as a stark exploration of the cycle of sin, illustrating the insidious way in which moral transgressions can drag a person down and the immense difficulty of escaping their grasp. The narrative portrays sin not as a series of isolated acts, but as a self-perpetuating cycle, a downward spiral that can consume individuals and leave lasting scars on their souls and the world around them. Cale's journey exemplifies the initial steps in this cycle. His descent begins with a thirst for vengeance, a desire to punish those who wronged him. This desire, while perhaps understandable, leads him down a path of violence and moral compromise. Each act of aggression, each life taken, further entangles him in a web of sin, making it increasingly difficult to break free. Nightshade represents the devastating end of this cycle. His unchecked ambition and relentless pursuit of power lead him to commit heinous acts of betrayal and manipulation. He becomes so consumed by his own desires that he loses all sight of his former self, transforming into a monster consumed by darkness. His fate serves as a cautionary tale, demonstrating the destructive potential of unbridled sin and the ultimate price of moral bankruptcy. The story also illustrates how sin can propagate, affecting not only the perpetrators but also those around them. Cale's actions, though driven by a desire for justice, have ripple effects, causing pain and suffering to innocent people. The world itself is tainted by the misuse of the ancient power, reflecting the far-reaching consequences of human choices. Moreover, the narrative delves into the psychological and emotional toll of sin. Cale is haunted by guilt and remorse, his conscience a constant tormentor. He is forced to confront the darkness within himself, to acknowledge his own capacity for evil. This self-awareness is a crucial step towards redemption, but it also underscores the heavy burden that sin places on the human psyche. The difficulty of escaping the cycle of sin is a central theme of the story. Cale's struggle to find redemption highlights the arduous nature of this process. It requires more than just a simple apology or a change of heart. It demands a willingness to confront the past, to make amends for the harm caused, and to actively strive to live a better life. Even then, the scars of past sins may never fully disappear. The story suggests that breaking the cycle of sin requires a combination of internal and external forces. Cale's transformation is aided by his connection with Alara, who represents a force of light and compassion. Her presence helps him to see beyond his own darkness and to find a reason to fight for something more. This highlights the importance of human connection and the power of love and forgiveness in overcoming sin. Ultimately, the story portrays the cycle of sin as a powerful and pervasive force, but not an inescapable one. It suggests that while the path to redemption is fraught with challenges, it is not impossible. The choices individuals make, the relationships they forge, and the willingness to confront their own darkness can all play a role in breaking free from this destructive cycle. Chapter 34. A Fleeting Hope. Even in the darkest circumstances, is there still a glimmer of hope for Cale or others like him? Even in the darkest of circumstances, when the shadow of despair threatens to engulf all that is good and true, the story suggests that a glimmer of hope, however fleeting, can still persist. The narrative explores this theme through Cale's journey and the experiences of other characters who grapple with the consequences of sin, violence, and loss. Cale's path is a testament to the enduring power of hope. Despite the heinous acts he has committed and the darkness that clings to his soul, a spark of hope remains within him. This spark is fueled by his connection with Alara, who represents a force of light and compassion in his life. Her presence reminds him of the possibility of redemption and the existence of a love that transcends his past sins. Moreover, Cale's willingness to protect Alara, to put her needs before his own, demonstrates that even in his fallen state, he is capable of selflessness and sacrifice. This capacity for good suggests that the darkness within him is not absolute, that he is not beyond redemption. The story also offers glimpses of hope in other unexpected places. Cashin, a character who operates in the shadows, driven by self-interest and pragmatism, ultimately chooses to sacrifice himself for a cause greater than his own survival. His actions reveal that even those who seem lost to darkness may still possess the potential for redemption. The world itself, though scarred by violence and tainted by the misuse of the ancient power, is not beyond hope. The emergence of new alliances, the shifting power dynamics, and the growing awareness of the ancient power's true nature suggest the possibility of change and renewal. The survivors of the conflict, bearing the weight of their experiences, are also a source of hope. They carry the lessons of the past, the memories of those who were lost, and the determination to build a better future. However, the story also acknowledges the fragility of hope. It portrays hope not as a guarantee of a happy ending, but as a flickering flame that must be carefully nurtured and protected. Cale's journey is fraught with setbacks and challenges, and the world around him remains a dangerous and uncertain place. The narrative suggests that hope can coexist with despair, that even in the darkest of times, the possibility of a better future, however slim, can still exist, offering a reason to keep fighting, to keep striving for the light. Chapter 35. Conclusion and Reflection. The story concludes with profound reflections on the theme of the rusty blade and the false promises, leaving a strong impression on the viewers. The tale of Cale and Alara, woven with threads of betrayal, trust, despair, and hope, culminates in a profound reflection on the overarching theme of the rusty blade and the false promises. The narrative uses this motif to explore the deceptive nature of appearances, the corrosive effects of unchecked ambition, and the enduring human struggle to discern truth from falsehood. The rusty blade, a recurring symbol throughout the story, represents the deceptive allure of power and the seductive nature of violence. It speaks to the idea that what seems powerful and effective on the surface can be deeply flawed and ultimately destructive. Cale's initial reliance on his skills as an assassin, his willingness to wield violence in the name of vengeance, embodies this concept. He believes that the blade will bring him justice, but it ultimately leads him down a path of darkness and self-destruction. The false promises, often whispered by those seeking to manipulate or control, further reinforce this theme. Characters like Nightshade offer seductive visions of power and glory, preying on the desires and vulnerabilities of others. These promises, like the rusty blade, appear enticing but ultimately lead to disillusionment and ruin. The story suggests that the pursuit of these false promises often comes at a great cost, demanding sacrifices that erode one's morality and humanity. Through Cale's journey, the narrative reveals the importance of looking beyond the surface, of questioning the motives of those who offer easy solutions or shortcuts to power. He learns that true strength lies not in the ability to wield a blade, but in the courage to confront one's own darkness, to seek redemption, and to protect the innocent. Ilara's story offers a counterpoint to this theme. She embodies the idea that true power is not something to be seized or wielded, but something to be nurtured and guided. Her connection to the ancient power is not about control, but about balance and harmony. She teaches Cale and the viewers that the most valuable things in life, love, compassion, and hope, are not always the most obvious or easily obtained. The conclusion of the story leaves a lasting impression on the viewers, prompting them to reflect on their own lives and the choices they make. It serves as a reminder that the world is full of both rusty blades and false promises, and that it is up to each individual to discern between them. The narrative urges us to be critical of the narratives we are told, to question authority, and to trust our own instincts. Ultimately, the story suggests that the path to true fulfillment lies not in the pursuit of power or the acceptance of false promises, but in the embrace of our shared humanity. It is in our capacity for love, compassion, and empathy that we find our greatest strength and our surest guide in a world filled with uncertainty and deception.